175.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to Stack Social Live here at Stack Social Club in Lubbock, Texas. A little bit of technical difficulties getting going here this evening, but we're jumping right on into the action where Robert has already chipped up a little bit, up to $982. This is a 1-2 no limit game. We have a full table or near full table to start the action tonight. Again, if you're not familiar with Stack Social Club, we're located at 5004 Frankfort Avenue in Lubbock, Texas. Cash games start every day about, doors open at 1, and cash games typically start around 1:15 to 1:30, depending. Our hours tournament has rolled over, if I believe. I believe we've gotten our 20 for the one that we are going to have here soon, so they have rolled over. First 20 people to 100 hours will play in a $6,500 free roll. It's a true free roll. The only thing that you will pay in that is your daily, and it's a dealer, and then a dealer appreciation. If you would like extra chips, you do not have to. You cannot buy into this tournament or anything like that, so just know that. All right, moving along with the action here. Young and Reckless has got to pick it up an ace-king here in the 3 seat. That's going to be, and then Greg with the king-queen is going to make the call to 20. Andy Agar with the queen-7 of clubs made the call as well, with a 6-9 deuce flop, 2 spades and a club. They're all black cards, but not the clubs that Andy was looking for, certainly. So Reckless is going to bet the $45, and he's going to get folded around to here. Going to pick up that pot on the button here. All right, thank everybody for popping in. So as you pop in, come into the chat and say hello. Let us know you're watching. If you don't mind, post that link on your social media and see if we can't get a ton of people watching here tonight. Click the bell so that you get notifications, and click the like button so it helps our algorithm and pushes out our content. All right. Baba Juju in the 5 seat. It's a small blind. Looking down at a 9-5. Looks like there's a button straddle for $10 from Moving Man. Andy W. going to lay it down. Robert looking down at pocket kings now. He's going to 3-bet it, or he's going to raise the straddle. He's going to raise it to $65. I don't think he's playing around with those pocket kings. D's going to get out of the way, and the action's going to fold all the way around. Moving Man looks down at a queen-6, and he goes away. And Robert is going to pick up the pot here. All right, well, I hope everybody's had a good weekend, had a good week. I actually guess we're getting ready to start a fresh new week, so hope it goes well for you. Here at Stacks, we have tournaments and cash games and something going on every single day. Tuesday, we have our $3,000 guarantee tournament. That's our Tuesday tournament every Tuesday, so 7 o'clock p.m., $45 minimum buy-in, $120 maximum buy-in. We rarely, if ever, miss the guarantee. So, Moving Man looking down at pocket queens right now. He's going to raise it to $22. And ace queen, did I just see? Oh, okay. Robert called with ace queen, calls it 17 more, and the flop's going to come down an 8, 9, 10, giving both guys a gut shot straight draw. Moving Man, of course, ahead with the pocket queens, and he's a 74% winner here. But Robert is going to bet $40 here, right into moving man's hand. I can't. He does call 4 clubs, of course, no help. But Robert's not going to back off here. Moving man's not going to really bite on the straight yet, and the river is an 8, picking up 2 pair for moving man. It's going to be checked down, and moving man's not going to put any money in there to try to get any more. I think he's happy with that, and sure enough, he wins the pot. As always, if the man's not on the table, he's checking out the live stream, and we appreciate it. Barry saying, let's go. Seeing some fresh faces here at the 2-5 table tonight. Some of these guys I'm not real familiar with. I know the name Baba Juju. I believe I've seen that online somewhere. Probably pissing me off if I was guessing. D looking down at a 7-6 offsuit is going to make the call to $5. And he's going to answer the call on the phone. Greg calling with a 10-7 suited as well. Young and Reckless looking down, deciding what he wants to do here. And I would guess Greg actually raised it to $10. Young and Restless just going to flat here. I think he was contemplating a 3-bet. But he's going to get calls around the table. Moving man made the call. Robert gone from the table. Bill's going to make the call as well. And D's going to make that call. So we're going to go 5 ways to a flop here. See how that action flops. It's going to be a 4-5-6. So Bill, D, and Greg all flop in the straight draw here. All flop in the same straight draw. But Greg picks up the flush draw as well. So D picking up the straight draw with the 7, but he also has a pair of 6s. He's going to lead out, and Greg's going to make the call for 30. Young and Reckless is going to get out of the way, and Bill's going to contemplate here, wondering whether he wants to keep drawing at the open-ender. I can't imagine he goes away for the first card. Typically, you flop an open-ender like that, and most people want to make a call, see if they can hit it. And he is going to make the call here. Of course, D and Bill don't realize that they're in bad shape, because if that's a 3 or an 8 of clubs on the turn, they're up the creek. And it is the 8 of clubs, so that brings in not only does it give Greg the flush, it brings in the straight flush draw for Greg, and he has actually got 2 ways to the straight flush. D here probably not going to back off just because the club's hit. He's going to see where he's at. And he lays out a bet of $60, and Greg probably moves all in because he's going to want to find out whether his clubs are good or not. He does not, though. He just makes the call here. I was a little bit surprised. He doesn't want to push into a bigger flush, though. But it does bring in the straight. So D down here with the straight. It also gives Bill the straight. But 3-handed, he probably feels like there's a club flush in one of those 2 hands. I'd be a little bit surprised if he calls. I don't know how Bill plays very often, but how he plays. I haven't seen him play but once or twice. So he could make this call here as well, thinking that everyone's on the straight, or could be even on a club draw with a single club in their hand, but I just be surprised. And he does make the lay down. So heads up here between D and Greg. If it's not a club, I think you get a bet from D, and if it is a club, I think he checks it. And it is an ace of spades. He does check it over to Greg, though, and Greg, of course, checks it back because the 10 of clubs is just not the greatest flush out there. But Greg does pick up the hand. What a turn, though, for Greg. Not only does he pick up the flush, he picks up the double gutty straight flush draw. So, or actually, he picks up the open end gutty, I guess. The 5 of clubs or the 5 of clubs or the 9 of clubs. So it is the double gutty straight flush. Either way, sometimes my mouth moves a little bit faster than my brain. I think that happens to the best of us. All right, Andy now is going to be under the gun here. That means D is the big blind. Again, we're playing a 2-5 no limit game here. full table or near full table. Looks like we're playing 8-handed, I believe. Andy looking down at a King 10 suited under the gun. He's going to make a raise to $15. Young and Reckless, though, picks up the pocket aces, and he's going to make a 3-bet here to $45. Moving Man looks down at pocket eights. This is setting up to be a pretty big hand. Moving Man making the call as well, but of course Baba Juju's hand's not showing. I don't think he's very interested in calling, and neither is Andy. Robert looking down at pocket nines now. So this is setting up to be a very big hand, and D gets out of the way with a offsuit ace-7. But we've got 3 pocket pairs here and a King 10 suited. This could set up to be a very big hand. You see an ace of spades flop with any other spade. This could just set up to be a very big hand. And we have set over set over set. 3 sets flop. Andy's here. He's way behind, and he's not interested in getting any money in here, but you're going to see a big hand here, I can promise you. You got Robert with set of nines, Moving Man with a set of eights, and Reckless with the set of aces. This is going to be a very big hand here. Reckless is going to lead out here. Moving Man's going to raise it to 200, and Robert's going to 3-bet to 500 right now. These guys just all believe that they're in the best position. There's no way that Reckless gets out of this hand, so this is going to cost Robert a lot of money unless he picks up quads. You're going to get an all-in here, and you're going to get an all-in from Moving Man. This is a huge hand. 3 ways, all-in, set over set over set. This is gross. And now, oh my gosh, Reckless is laying it down and showing it, and the 7 comes out, does no help at all, nothing for anybody, and the 3 of clubs on the river just breaks the hearts of Robert and Moving Man. Oh my gosh. Now that is a big hand. That is a cooler right there. And what a hand to get us going here pretty early in the game. Set over set over set on the flop. I mean, that is just brutal. That is brutality right there. I mean, you don't get to see these type of hands happen all that often. You know, getting a good heads up is one thing, but when you get 3 ways or 4 ways, wow, what a hand there. That really sucks for Robert and really sucks for Moving Man. I mean, you really think you get everything out of you want out of that flop. If you're either one of those guys, you both flop your sets and you're thinking, okay, pair of aces caught here. We're going to get somebody. I'm going to make a lot of money, and you both go down in flames. That's a tough cooler to take. We're going to have some time here before the next hand because we're still counting chips and counting hands. Wow, what a hand to start this out. That's big. Set over set over set.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, if you got to see a flop on 5-6, it'd still be hard to call the gut shot for 500. Yeah. I could call the open ended. Oh, yeah, because you raise 2 and he goes 500, it'd be hard to call it gut shot. I have 17. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. I think I lost the minimum I could probably lose in that hand. Your flush was 17 too, huh? The hand before that, but I had 17 on that hand right there too. Are you doing ballpark? Yeah. That is up to you. I asked and nobody ever said anything, so I don't know. I'm out. I was kind of waiting for. I'm not interested in playing single full ballpark. So okay, that's fine. I don't care if y'all play them. I'll set out of them.
All right, I had to take a short break after that one. That's a brutal little cooler to have early on in such a decent little game here. The 2-5 no limit game turns into a big one. So Young and Restless picking up a pocket pair here, looking at pocket 3s. Greg under the gun with pocket 2s. Here we go again. Could we possibly see it happening again? We're just going to get a call here from Greg. And Young and Reckless probably going to make a small raise here, I would think. And he does. He's going to make the bet to 40, it looks like. Looks like a $30 bet, excuse me. Moving Man now with the pocket aces. So he loses a brutal hand and picks up pocket aces. We have 3 pocket pair again. Robert with the queen jack, looking down at queen jack. So Moving Man 3 bets to $80. Robert's going to get out of the way. He's going to be gun shy for sure. Andy out of the way. D with the jack. The suited jack goes away. Pocket deuces goes away. So right now we just have to make a decision here. Do we want to see, does Young and Reckless want to have a heat check here? And he's going to look down at his cards. He's going to think about it for a little while. But in the end, he is going to go away, I think. just don't see him making that big call. Moving man's probably going to show this one. Yeah, he's going to show that. He's going to let everybody know that after something like that, holy crap. Moving man wishes he had that hand one hand before. Ah, what a cooler. You're right, Barry. Lubbock Legend, that was brutal and sick. Those pairs, those other two pairs are any bigger, we'd probably see something like that again. But 2s and 3s not going to hang out to a 3-bet. I mean to a 4-bet there. So Young and Reckless looking down. Looks like he's picking up some decent cards here to start the game as well. I mean, we're about 5 or 6, 8 hands in, but he makes the call under the gun, just the flat with a king 10. Moving man makes the raise to 20, and we don't get to see what he has, but it's going to get folded to around the table. Young and Reckless. Greg looks down at pocket 3s, and he's going to make the call. Young and Reckless with the king 10 is going to make the call as well. Robert with the jack 5 suited, which is, if you know Robert, it's not all of a surprise to see him call those kind of cards with a raise. At least they're suited. And Moving Man again with another pocket pair. That's 3 pocket pair in a row for Moving Man. That's 2 pocket pair in a row for Greg. And we're going to get to see a flop here. And that flop looks like it put a set on the board for... I don't get to see the deal, but there is looks like a 4 on the flop as well. There are 3 little cards, but I cannot see that board yet. Ah, that's not scanning. Put it in there, girl. Get that in there. We're waiting to see that flop. We're hoping that it'll get there. There it is. A 3, 5, 6. So it is not, but it does put the straight draw. So Greg actually flops the set with the 3s. Moving man picks up the open-ended straight draw while Robert picks up the pair of 5s. Checks around the board. And we're going to the turn. And no, another cooler here. Now, there is a 4-card straight on the board here, so it's very likely that we don't have the same kind of action, but Greg is going to bet $45, and Moving Man's going to snap calling. Robert probably going to get away here with just a pair of 5s. He doesn't want to hang out. So any 7 or any deuce gives these guys a straight, but if you get a 5 or a 6 on the board, you got 2, and you got a 6. And we got another boat over. This time we got a boat over boat. And Greg's going to move all in here. Now, the only decision for Moving Man in here is if he believes that the 6 is good. And he's going to make the call here. And there we are. 6s. 4s full of 6s is going to take the hand. You have 3s full of 6s and 4s full of 6s. Wow. Chris out here in the box just dealing coolers. This man is an Eskimo. He's so cold. Wow. So money moving around the table in a 2-5 no limit game at a pretty steady pace. Greg not typically one to show a whole lot of emotion on the table, but you know there's got to be some frustration there. Moving Man glad to pick up a few of his chips back as Young and Restless sits over there enjoying the fruits of his labor. At least the fruits of Chris's labor. Baba Juju now just looking down at a 5-3, just some random hand. Well, if you notice, the notable face you don't see at the table tonight is going to be Brenton or Lucky Duck, because he would have played that 5-3. I guarantee you he'd have raised it. Andy Watkins now, Andy W. looking down at pocket 7s, and Andy Agar in the 1 seat picking up a King Jack offsuit. So looks like they folded around. Moving Man it's going to be a $20 raise to him. So Andy raising to $30 here is going to pick up the pot. Nobody wanting to go to battle with Andy and his pocket pair. Got a chatter coming in here saying, let's go Young and Reckless. Oh, well, Young and Reckless. First time we've seen him on one of our live streams. He's already got a fan. Barry says he's felting Greg in that spot. I agree, Barry. I don't know that the move after the flop was big enough to make me believe that he had pocket 6s, especially when he raised pre-flop, the way he did. But I agree. I think I'm getting my money in there and just believing that my forceful is going to be good. All right. Young and Reckless again with a 9-7 suited. He's going to pick up the pair of sevens here. Moving Man with a 5-3. In the big blind here, he goes away. Young and Reckless, though, betting $15 leading out here. And D is going to make the call. We don't get to see what his cards are, but if I was a betting man, I would bet that he's probably got 2 spades or a king. Those are probably the only 2 ways he's making that call there. Could be wrong. Yes, Dean. Dang. And yes, I said dang. That's crazy. All right, so Young and Reckless going to check it over to D here, and D makes the bet of $65. Young and Reckless is going to get out of the way. And I'd be willing to bet D had a king under there. We don't get to see it, but that'd be a safe assumption. Lubbock Legend, you're going to have to put that on your fan club t-shirt, though, right under my picture. Charlie Plunkett Fan Club, my picture, and then dang. Hell, I might buy one of those shirts. Yes, D had the winner for sure. Good evening, Carl. Thank you for joining in. He says, good luck to everyone, telling everyone to smash that like button. That's right, Carl. Thank you for reminding everyone in the chat. Smash that like button. Help get our content out there. Bill looking down at an ace-jack offsuit now. Andy with the queen-10 offsuit makes the call to 15. Young and Reckless here. He makes the fold with the king-8 off. Andy, cards not being able to be seen yet, but Moving Man's the action right now. He makes the call for 13 more. And Baba Juju with an ace-deuce makes the call as well. So we're 5 ways to a flop here. Andy's cards are a mystery. And the flop is a king-queen-10. So that gives Andy the pair of queens with a backdoor straight dog, queen-9. So Moving Man and Andy sharing top pair here. Andy with him got him notched by 1. Andy, we're not really sure. He makes the bet of $20 though. So knowing Andy, I'd bet he probably has a king under there. Could have an ace-10, but if I was a betting man, of course I'm not. I just commentate poker. I don't bet on it. And the 9 on the turn gives Moving Man the 2 pair here, and it's going to check around, and a 7 on the river. So you do have a straight in play here, but Moving Man's going to lead out with 2 pair. He's going to make the bet of $30. It's a good value bet here, I think. I don't think he's going to get much more out of Andy if Andy doesn't have the winning hand, but we don't know what he has. Bill going to go away here with his top pair, and we're going to see some cards there. And Andy's showing looks like a 6 and something else. Oh, wow. Okay, so he does. Maybe he had a king. We didn't get to see the cards, so I'm assuming that he must have had the 6-8. Maybe giving him the straight is the only way I see him winning that hand. Barry says, somebody please put him on the list. Well, sir, I think you have a connection somewhere in there. If you make a little bit of a phone call, I bet you're on that list. RC now getting in on the action, saying, let's go Young and Reckless. So Young and Reckless here with a few fans on the stream. Dean making factual statements out here, said he's the tightest player out there, but back there on that 4's full versus 3's full, he's going to go broke if he's in Moving Man's position. He's going to make that, he's going to ship it. Greg now here in the hijack position with the ace-jack offsuit. It's going to raise to $15. Young and Reckless making the call. Moving Man snapping as well. Baba Juju going to get out of the way. Andy, again with his cards not scanning, is looking down. It looks like he makes the call to 15. Queen 5 suited is what he has got. Got Carter bouncing in here, and let me tell you, Carter, you've missed 2 big coolers so far.
Really?
I mean, major. We had set over set over set on the flop, and then 2 hands later we had boat over boat, and it was pretty crazy.
Great action.
In a 2-5 game, this has been really good action. So, King 5-10 and 2 clubs on the flop is going to give Moving Man top pair. Andy with the Queen 5 is going to go away, and Moving Man's going to pick up this. No, it's going to go heads up with Andy. I'm sorry. He makes the call. We're going to get a jack on the turn here, probably slow down the action a little bit, and it does go check, check. And now the 6 of clubs, so it's really going to probably bring the action to a screeching halt, and it is a check, check, and moving man's going to pick it up with just a boring pocket pair of kings. I'll tell you what, I will win all the pots I can with a boring hand than rather to lose a cooler. Frank Thompson, if Barry's playing, I'm in. Frank Thompson, I'm going to call you a non-truth teller, sir. We've had Barry at several of these live streams, and I haven't seen you here. I think you need to get your tail end down here to stacks and rejoin the light. Get in here and show these guys how to play, Mr. Frank Thompson. All right. Young and Reckless folding his hand here. Are we going to get a walk to the big blind here? No, we're not. Never are we going to do that. Cutoff's going to make the call with a 6-5 and moving man. Robert with a 10-7 picking up the straight draw, and Andy with a 10 here. No significant action on this pot here, but picking up the 7 of diamonds does give Robert a little bit more to maybe bluff with. He does. It would be a semi-bluff, I guess. 5, 6, 7, 8 open ender for moving man, but the river looks like it's a queen, if I'm not mistaken, a queen of spades. So Robert ends up winning the hand here with what looks like to be a pair of 7s. It says a 4 of hearts, but that was a face card on the end there. Frank, I'll tell you what, if you're going to put money down on the table, I will find someone to come and commentate. I need me some Frank Thompson money. That'd go well in my life. No, Lubbock Legend. Lubbock Legend says Frank and he can play heads up, but no, sir. That is my heads up game. Keaton coming in here. Thanks for watching, Keaton, saying, let's go, Ramiro. Really glad to see such an active chat today. Really want to thank you guys for being active in the chat. That really does help as well. Robert looking down with a king-queen suited here. $35 raise, or raise to $35, $30 raise. Baba Juju makes the fold here. Sorry, I was about to get excited thinking he was making a lucky duck call. But Andy does make the call again with another mystery hand, and Robert picking up the backdoor flush draw with the gut shot straight draw. And Andy on the dealer button, not real sure what he picked up here, but it does go check, check. The king now turns, and we're going to see a bet here from Robert of $50. He's going to make that quick bet, hoping to entice a call, and he gets it for sure. And the 6 of spades comes on the river there, so that does put the flush in play. Robert checks, Andy checks, and Andy mucks his cards when he sees the king, so the king was good. Estrada and Oski. Hope I'm saying that right. Oski. Welcome to the chat. We're glad you're watching. Support your players. We're going to have some more live streams going this next week, so keep up with the schedule. If you don't follow us on Facebook, please make sure you go follow Stacks Social Club on Facebook. We will update there. Also, you can come and get, if you're not a member already, come join, be a member. It's a $20 lifetime membership. $20, you're a lifetime member, and you can you'll be on our text list, and you'll get texts about each, the upcoming events, etc. So it looks like pocket tens are raised up here to $37. That's Robert. Moving man making a decision with a 6-3 suited here. Andy makes the call with a king-jack offsuit. Moving man trying to get sneaky with the 6-3 makes the call. And Andy's going to go away. He doesn't want to get sneaky with his 6 deuce here. Or 6-4, whichever one he had. I don't recall. And the flop is 7-7-7. So Robert now picking up the boat with tens full. He's going to lead out here. He's going to find out real quick if someone either has a boat as well or quad sevens, and he's going to find out that he's going to win the pot with pocket tens. We know, Robert. We know. We knew you had the boat. Good sir. Oski says he loves this stream. Well, thank you very much. We all take a lot of pride in that. Rock and Carter do a real good job getting this thing put together. And of course, everybody that works up here is involved. All our dealers do a good job to try to make it all good. And our players and staff make it a good atmosphere. There's no doubt that there's no better place to play in West Texas than Stack's Social Club. D now playing the mystery hand, raises it up to $27. So he's going to get Moving Man to make the call here for $22 more. Bill looked at it, and he's going to make the call as well, it looks like. I think these guys just get a little bit bored, and so being a 2-5 game, they know they can make it odd numbers. And because it's a no-limit game, they're not really hurting the dealers' feelings too bad. If this was a pot limit game, those dealers would just as soon strangle you than to have you making an odd number here. D leading out now for 30 is what it looks like. Oh, 50, excuse me. He leads out for $50. Moving Man makes the snap fold. And Bill's going to look down at his king six and say, no, I don't think so. All right, we got Barry on the way up here. So any of you folks out here talking, Frank Thompson, he says he is on his way up here if anybody wants the smoke. He says that though, but he says it because he knows I'm behind the mic tonight. So, but that's okay. That's all right. I'll let him get away with it this time. I love the genuine Harley Davidson shirt that Bill's wearing. I love a nice Harley. Need to get me one soon. Of course, if anybody knows how wives are going to gripe about that. Moving Man looking down, raises it to $16 with an ace-10 suited. Robert making the snap call. Andy making the call with pocket sixes, and Greg's going to look down and probably go away. And he does. So 3 to the flop here. See if we can't get three spades and a 6. We're not going to. We're going to get a pretty mundane 7-4 deuce rainbow. Andy checking all the way around here. King's comes in on the turn here, bringing in really no help for anyone. Andy, of course, is still leading with the pocket sixes, but Moving Man's going to take a stab at this point. Robert folds, and Andy, who is actually ahead, makes the fold. Looks like we got a little bit of a competition going on here. Lubbock Legend says he's going to see you there, Barry. Could see this 2-5 game turn into what should be a 10-25 game real quick. The good thing is the way the money's moved around the table, you might see this game play out like a 5-10 game pretty easily. Typically, a 2-5 game in Lubbock, Texas, a 1-2 game in Lubbock, Texas plays like a 5-10 easy all day long anywhere else. I can promise you that. Now, Bill is going to be really frustrated when he comes back later on and watches this stream because he just walks away from pocket aces.
23. Whatever it is, I don't care what anybody wants to do. Doesn't matter to me. As soon as I know like you'll be able to see them. Check. Scan all 4 cards.
Moving around now. Let's see. We're not going to get to see the board here yet. There we go. Deuce on the turn. Andy's hand is hidden. So Robert with the ace-6 offsuit. They're going to check here, and we're going to get a river of a queen of diamonds, bringing in the backdoor flush, but be a little bit surprised if Andy had the backdoor flush there, especially making the check. And whatever Andy showed, it was good enough to beat Robert because he shows one card and mucks the other. I could not see on the split screen what it was, but oh, hell. Here comes Lubbock Legend with the jokes. Don't turn into Adam. Don't turn into Adam there, Legend. Lubbock Legend must be short for Lubbock Legend in his own mind. But we'll see him up here. Andy W. now looking down at a 6-5. He's probably, he actually does make the raise to $15 there. So Andy looking like he wants to play a little bit. Now Andy Agar going to look down at pocket kings, and he's going to 3-bet here. He's probably going to 3-bet. He 3-bets to $50 here. You don't want to get it too crazy. He was hoping to get maybe a caller, but he's not. Andy versus Andy didn't turn out to be much of a battle. That 6-5 is going to go away. Doesn't want to tussle with those kings.
We got a straddle on the button. We got a double straddle. Seat 1. Where you got keys? Stay on me. Very cool. Fold, seat 4. 5, seat 5. Look at 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. Your option. It doesn't have a high amount. It's just because I wanted to do it. Take down $40 or look and be sad or something.
Hey, while I'm being quiet here, guys, tell me what you can hear as far as table talk. Does the table talk pick up pretty well? Can you understand what's being said when I'm not talking, or is it still pretty muffled? Wow. Baba Juju folds the second nut flush draw to Andy off the flop. Pretty surprising there. Cannot hear the table at all. Well, all right. Well, I appreciate that. We'll definitely let them know. That's just the one thing that we're trying to work out right now. We have microphones that pick it up some, but we're going to get that one figured out here pretty soon. Get that table talk clearer for you, and maybe y'all don't have to hear me talk so much. But as long as we don't, I want to keep you guys somewhat entertained, or at least not falling asleep. That's my goal. Young and Reckless looking down now at pocket kings. It's 20 to call here. So Andy A made the raise, and we're going to get a 3-bet here. I say we're going to get a 3-bet. Oh, no. Andy makes the raise, I think. What is going on here? Oh, there was a straddle. All right. All right. Young and Reckless now raises to 100. Andy, who made the $40 raise and was 3-bet to 100, is going to make the call with a queen 8 offsuit, and he is so far behind he can barely see the tail lights right now. Let's see if he can catch up. He does pick up a queen on the flop here, but right now all that's going to do is cause him to lose any more chips. He does move all in, so it's one thing's going to happen, and here we go. Pocket kings versus a queen here. Got an ace on the turn and a 5 on the river is going to give Reckless the hand. Andy Agar's looking down saying, why did I play a queen 8 for $100? What was I thinking? Those fluorescent lights getting through that shiny scalp there, sir. That's what happened. Got you thinking crazy. All right, here, Moving Man getting super aggressive, making the raise. No, I'm sorry, I misread that altogether. I thought he made it 111. Not super aggressive at all. Made it a raise to $11. And Robert folds, and we're going to see a simple hand here. I got all excited there, glanced down. I guess my blurry eyes saw 111. Woo! That would have been a raise worthy of Brenton. I've been told everybody thinks I have some sort of crush on Brenton, but I was just shocked at his play the other night, and I just can't quit thinking about it. Rami boy putting that work in, Zachary says. Yeah, he is. It's not a lot of work, though, when you look down at pocket aces and you get two callers that have pocket pairs and they flop set over set over set. Zachary, I don't know if you missed that hand or not, or if you were here for it, but if you weren't, go back and watch about, 5 minutes in. You are going to see a cooler for days, and that is what got Reckless really chipped up. Greg here with the king-queen offsuit makes the call. Reckless going to make a little bit of a raise here with pocket fives. Going to bring it up to about $50, $45 it looks like. Fold, fold, fold around the table. Greg is going to make the fold as well. And looks like Reckless has picked up the respect of the table, or at least the respect of the big stack. One or the other. Maybe a little bit of both. Young and Reckless picking up a good chip stack here, looking down at 1,600 in his stack. All right. We appreciate everybody coming in here that are watching, currently watching, and that have been watching throughout the night. Spread the link around through social media and get some people to join in and tune in. Get them to come subscribe to the page, click the bell so they get notifications. There's going to be some interesting lives that we have, that's for sure. Again, like I told you, we didn't see a lot of action early. We had some coolers. I think we're going to have a few players coming in here in a little bit, though, that'll probably make this game pick up the pace a little bit. You're going to see this 2-5 game turn into about a 10-25 game if you're not careful. It could happen. Poker in Lubbock, Texas is unlike poker anywhere else, I'm telling you. I mentioned it before, I mentioned it earlier, but a 1-2 game here does not play like a 1-2 game in a casino. I can promise you that. I would put almost any one of these guys that play here in Lubbock up against anybody, anywhere on a 1-2 table. Unless it's just about chip stacks and rebuys and all that kind of stuff. So Jack 5-9 going to give Robert the straight draw. Young and Reckless is a backdoor straight draw. And D had the straight draw as well. So the turn was no help, though, with a 2 of hearts. And D is going to lead out here. He's going to make a bluff bet here, see if he can't pick up a pot. Young and Reckless is going to get out of the way. And Robert, looking down at his gutty, making a decision. He's trying to decide whether he wants to put $70 in to see if he can catch himself a 7. And I don't believe he will, but he does want to see the river. Rabbit hunting all the way around here. Hunting season. Did not get to see that river myself, so I don't know what he was going to have happen, but there's Bill coming back to the table now. Don't know if I'll have the heart to tell him later that he walked away from pocket aces and could have added to his stack. Young and Reckless looking down with pocket 2s and Moving Man with pocket 7s and Baba Juju with a king 3 off suits. So we're going to get a raise to 15 and a call of 15, and Andy making the call as well. No, Andy raising it up to 35 here. So Andy with the 3 bet to $45. $45 3 bet. D looking down at ace king suited, and he is just going to make the call here. I'm a little bit surprised here. I think I would have made a decent-sized 4 bet with an ace-king suited there. But then again, I sit in the commentator booth, and I don't have the chips to go play with these guys. So, Young and Reckless cards and Andy's are both non-existent to us right now. But D looking down, the board flops a rainbow queen 5-3, and that's no help to anybody that we can see their cards. Let's check around the board, but we're going to have an ace of clubs coming here on the turn. So D picking up the top pair. We don't see if anybody else has clubs in their hand, so we really don't know. There could be a club draw here. We're going to find out, I bet, though. D's going to lead out what looks like to be $100 in chips. A little more than, $150 in chips, $140. $140 to call. Young and Reckless, Moving Man both getting out of the way, and Andy going to sit here and contemplate for a minute. And he is going to move all in. So, I mean, you got to figure he's either got a deuce 4 or he's got a couple of clubs. Maybe he has a deuce 4 of clubs. That would certainly be a great hand to have to push all in here. I doubt that's the case with Andy, though. But he is moving all in for $308. That's going to be another $163 to D. $163 bet, or $168 bet. He made a $140 bet, not $145. So it's $168 more to D, and I can't imagine he folds here. I would be shocked if he does. So let's see what happens here. D here going to take some time to think about this.
see an ace with a jack, an ace with a king.
All right there. Sorry, I had something come up there that distracted my attention, so I didn't see what happened, but it looks like D made the call, and Andy, of course, y'all can see what happened there, but Andy looking like he's rebuying chips, so not sure what Andy had. I'm guessing he probably had the flush draw. I guess I get to go back and watch my own stream, see if I can see it. All right. Baba Juju with a Queen 10 offsuit here. Now Andy just cannot seem to get his cards to scan. Not sure what's going on there. If there's something wrong with that spot. But Robert now looking down at a pocket fours, and he's going to make the he's just going to make the call here to $15. Bill with a suited 7-6 makes the call as well. Baba Juju raising that to $15, but D is folding, and Andy is away from the table, so his hand is folded. Greg with the 8 forward makes the fold as well, so he folds one of Robert's outs. And we are 4 ways to a flop here, and the flop is a King, King 8, giving Andy a pair of 8s, but not giving anyone the trip kings, so this could be a fairly mundane hand unless somebody decides to take a stab at it. And we do get a queen on the turn, so Baba Juju could take a stab at this right now. He could represent the queen, but he's not going to. He's just going to sit back and check it. Robert. And a queen on the turn giving Baba Juju the boat. He now, it's still going to be a fairly mundane hand. He may make a bet here, but either way, this is going to be a quick hand. Going to get checked around. Of course, Baba Juju's going to show the winner. There's a face I haven't seen in the poker room in a long time up here. All right. Young and Reckless raising pre-flop 23% of the time. Moving Man not far behind him. And I didn't get to see who was at the bottom there, but whoever it was at 0. Yes, Caden Carter is working behind the scenes. He's kind of bouncing back and forth. He is our live stream coordinator, so you may see him in the box. He will deal once everything's going. But typically he is on the pad, working the pad for the cards, or he will be in the computer room as well. Moving Man looking down at an ace 7 makes the call of $5. Bill now with the pocket fours that Robert had last hand. D with the suited queen queen's going to make a raise here. He's going to raise it up to looks like about $35. $30. And he's going to get folded to around the table until Moving Man decides to throw in the extra quarter. And Bill going to go ahead and looks like he's going to throw in the extra quarter as well. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. 2 of these flush outs are actually in other hands right now. The flop comes down 5, 6, 6. It's going to give Moving Man the open ender. Bill's going to pick up the 2. He's going to have 2 pair now. But he also picks up a backdoor open ender. And D with the king queen here.
Brian calls. Heads up.
The 5 on the turn now, putting 2 pair on the board, so we're probably not going to see a whole lot of action here. We do see it. We actually get a bet and a fold. moving man, Bill going to pick up the hand here, $112. I'm going to step away for just a minute. Carter's going to step in for me here. So, Caden, he works everywhere, but right now he's going to work behind the mic for a few minutes. So, I'll be back with you guys here in just a few minutes.
All right, guys. I know you've already seen some good action. Heard there was set over set over set, and also boat over boat earlier. Really good action. Great to see. Hoping to see some more action-filled hands like that for sure. We'll see what happens in this next hand right here. Robert with the King Jack just decides to call here. No raise. See if we can get any other hands that might want to get in there. See if we get a raise pre-flop. Looking like most of these hands are not going to consist of one of those. So we got 4 players going to the flop here. Queen, deuce, 8. That's going to give D top 2 pair on the board. Really good flop for D there. Not much else for anyone else, so we're probably not going to see too much action here. D will probably raise here with his 2 pair. You might see a call from Robert having an overpair to the board and also a backdoor straight draw, but I really don't see young or moving man call, so they both fold. It's 30 for Robert to call here. D made the raise 30, and Robert also folds. So we're going to have a D taking down a pot of $50, making $15 in profit. There you can see the chip counts. We got Young at the top there with 1.5K. It's our biggest stack here. Pretty big stack for a 2-5 game, but these pots, they can definitely get big for sure. Especially when, I didn't see how much the pot was for that set over set over set, but 3 people flopping a set is very, very unlikely, especially in Hold'em. So I bet that was a very interesting hand to watch. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see it, but I can always look back at it later, and I'll see how that one went. Baba Ju deciding to fold the King 9 there. That's pretty shocking to me. I feel like King 9's not a bad hand to at least limp in and see a flop with. I think it is. There is a straddle on the button, so I guess it is a little bit more, but still not much. D gets in there with the 6-4 suited. See what Andy, we were unaware of his hand, but he folds as well. Greg with the Jack 9 decides to call as well, and Young's got a Jack 6 suited on the button with his straddle. And the flop is 5-ace deuce with 2 clubs. Greg the only one with a club here, but we got D flopping a gut shot. Not much else for the other players. A 4, however, on the turn. That gives D at least a pair here. But now Young also having the same gut shot as D. Still no help to Greg. And D decides to bet for 20, hitting that pair and also with the gut shot, and makes both of the players fold. Takes it down. Emma, let's go Young, yeah. Emma, he's doing great. He's already got 1.5K. I'm not sure how much he started with, but it's a big stack for sure. All right, looks like we got a raise here. It looks like we had a raise to. Oh no, never mind. It was a little blind call. We do have a $10 straddle, $10 straddle on the button. Looks like, and whoa, that action was so fast. Robert raised 45, and we got folds all the way around. With the Queen Jack off, Robert's gonna take down that that $17 profit there from the blinds and the straddle. let's see if we get some action in this hand here. Gonna fold to Andy. Andy folds as well. Greg's got the ace-6. He'll probably hop in there. Never mind, he folded as well, all the way back around to Andy W., who also folds him. Robert's gonna take down the pot. Got to walk there. Not too much action since I came in the box, but that's all right. I'm sure we'll find some hands coming up soon, hopefully. And I understand that most of y'all are watching. Y'all are enjoying the stream. I know y'all have some thoughts on the table audio. We're working on that. I'm the main person in charge of technology here. We're working on getting some better microphones for the players. We're probably going to try and get maybe some individual microphones for each player, so then we'll hear that as well. Just we want the experience to be as the best as possible for y'all. We want y'all to be able to hear the table audio and also just enjoy the stream overall. And I know a lot of people are can't hear the table audio very well. And we're working on that for sure. And hopefully we'll get it fixed soon. Just need to give it some time to get the new equipment in. So here we got Young raising to 25 with the ace-9 suited. Moving man calling with the 10-7 off. Robert also calling with the jack-8 suited. Andy A might get in there. He loves the suited connectors for sure. He does call, so he's in there. We got 4 players to a flop. Good old $100 pot. 6 ace-4, all clubs. Wow, and Robert flopping the flush. What a flop. And Andy's also got open-ended. Obviously, he's going to be a little scared of the clubs there, so he decides to check as well. Robert checks his flush. Very, very good play here. And Young looks like he's going to make a bet here. He raised pre-flop. He wants a c-bet here, and he's got the ace. Little does he know, he is nearly drawing dead with Robert already having the flush. Bets 35. Robert calls. Doesn't want to give away his hand too much, so he just decides to call. No raise there. See if Andy might call one time. He did not. I thought he might call one time. See a turn card. Maybe and just hope it's not a club. But he decided to fold. Didn't want to get in any trouble there. That is a face card on the turn. I'm unaware of what it is. I'm sure it'll show up here in a second on the graphics. It is a black card, however. I think it looks like the Jack of Spades. I can't really tell. Looks like the Jack of Spades to me. And as well, it looks like Young is going to make a bet here again. Looks like Robert checked. It is a Jack of Spades. And Young bets out for 65. And Robert with the check raise all in with his flush. I don't see Young calling here. I mean, he's got to suspect that he's got a flush here. It's really hard for Young to call with just top pair on a flush board like that. Does fold the ace. Shows it face up. See what Robert does here. Robert also shows the flush. Shows that Young did make a good fold there. Robert's still able to get a good amount of chips there from Young deciding to c-bet. And it is definitely hard to tell that. It's really crazy how he hit the flop there. I mean, flopping the flush is also pretty hard to do there and hold him. And you never suspect in a four-way pot that someone just flops the flush like that. Here we go. I'm sure we'll see some action here. Andy A with the ace-king offsuit. Probably going to put in a raise here. Oh, and he just calls. Doesn't want to give away his hand too much. Just calls with the ace-king. Baba Juju. Got ducks. Pocket ducks. See what he does here. He raises it to 10. Just a little min raise. I get a little bit more money in the pot before the flop. Bill calls with the ace-7 suited. D calls with the 5-4 offsuit. Got some connector cards in here. And with the raise from Baba Juju, gives Andy the option here to raise, and he does 3-bet to 60 with his ace-king. Andy was just hoping for that raise so he could get that 3-bet off. And he does 3-bet to 60, and it's on Bill. Baba Juju folded his pocket ducks. Bill going to fold 8-7 suited, and I don't see D calling here with the 5-4. He does make the fold as well. Great play worked out for Andy there, making $30 in profit with the ace-king off. I'll give my boy Ramy all the chips already, so we can call it an early day. He's taking them all away, or taking them all anyway. Yeah, he's doing great for sure. Doing great. For the 20 of y'all watching, make sure to check out the stream tomorrow as well. We'll have another stream tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We'll also have our Tuesday 3K guarantee on Tuesday, as I said. It'll be at 7 o'clock as well. 3K guarantee. First place usually pays about $1,100. Pretty good tournament. Great environment for sure too. We get pizza. There's food here. We got TVs going, playing all the games going on. All the players are nice. It's a great tournament for sure. Great environment. See if we can see some more action from this hand here. Moving man with the 8-6 off decides to call. It's on Bill with the 6-3 off. We'll see if he gets in there. He does not. He folds. Back to D, and the small blind makes the call. Don't see his hand. We got Andy with a 6 deuce offsuit and just checks in his big blind. We got Queen Ace Ace on the flop. May have hit D's hand. We're unaware of what his hand is. However, it is just a terrible flop for Andy and Moving Man. Nothing for them. Looks like they're trying to scan D's hand there. It's just not showing up. Some of the cards just don't like to scan on the RFID scanners. But he checks. Andy checks as well. And Moving Man wanting to make a little bit of a move here. Bets 11. And it makes D fold. D does make the fold. Unaware of his hand. Probably still was not good enough for that flop. And Andy also making the fold. So Moving Man just taking those blinds for free with just 8 high.
Which one?
On to the next hand here. Got Moving Man with the King-4 suited makes the call. Baba Juju folds his 6 deuce. Andy W, unaware of his hand. Does raise to 15, however. Then we got Robert making the call with the 7-6 off. Folds to Greg. Greg calls. Moving Man also calls. So we got 4 players to a flop. Quizmeister, it is a nice room. It's very nice. I'd say it's probably, I'm not trying to be biased, but I think it's one of the best rooms here in Lubbock. Great environment, great cash games every single day. Here we got a flop up deuce 4-8, checks around, 10 of hearts on the turn, checks to Robert, and a king on the river. That's going to give Moving Man 2 pair. I'm sure he'll probably take down this pot. Even though we're unaware of Greg and Andy's hand, I'm sure the 2 pairs probably good here. And he does make a bet of $33. And it does fold all the way around. So Moving Man going to take down that pot. All right, we got Baba Juju here with the Jack-10 offsuit. Moving Man with the blind hand makes the call. Baba Juju surely should make a call here, maybe even a raise. He does raise, makes it 15. Folds to Robert. Robert calls the 15 with the ace-9 off. Got Bill with a blind hand as well, also making the call. Young's going to make the call as well, also blind hand. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Moving Man also making the call. 5 ways to a flop here. 3 blind hands. This could be interesting. Well, we're not going to know who wins this hand until showdown probably. Unless we see some raises and some folds. We got Young betting out for 30. Moving Man makes the fold, and Baba Juju with the top pair should make the call here. We'll see what his move is here. And he does make the call. Bill folds. It's just going to be Young and Baba Juju to the turn here. 6 of spades. Baba Juju still with the top pair. And Young betting 65. It's tough knowing what Young has here. I mean, he could have a 10 as well, maybe a better kicker. Could have a set. Possible he has a straight too, maybe 8-9. Could have had 8-9. And it does make Baba Juju fold. Folding top pair. Still got the graphics of the last hand up, but here we go. We'll get on to the next hand here. We got Baba Juju with the 9-5 suited. We'll see if he gets in there. Does not. Decides to fold the 9-5 suited. Bill with the ace deuce should make the call here. D folds and he folds. Greg with the pocket fours just calls here. Young also calls with the ace-8 off. Oh, and Moving Man also with pocket fours, so fours are dead. But Moving Man decides to race the 20, and all three of them call. I'm gonna go 4 ways to a flop here. It's hard to see Moving Man or Greg winning this hand here. Both having pocket fours. And 9 King Ace, that is gonna give Young and Bill top pair. Young does bet as well, bets 50. Moving Man folds. Bill should make a call here, having an ace. Young also with an 8 of clubs, giving him a backdoor flush draw. Bill, however, just with the ace deuce, having no kicker whatsoever. Three of hearts, meaning no matter what, Bill's kicker will be irrelevant unless he gets a deuce. And there's only 1 deuce left.
75.
Young bet 75. Bill just needs an overcard over an 8 to chop this pot, or a deuce to win it. 1 out to win it, but 18 other outs to just chop the pot. And he does make the call. Bill needs to see a deuce here, or a card higher than an 8. And the queen on the river. Gonna make it a chop pot. And it does check. They're gonna chop that one up. Taking $20 profit each. Not much Young can do there. He bet on the turn as well, and getting a call, just it's hard to tell exactly what your opponent has. You can put him on an ace, but with Young having a decently low kicker, ace-8, 8's not the best kicker there. He could easily think that that Bill has a higher kicker. See if we get some action on this one. We got Andy W. under the gun. See if we see his hand, if it scans. Does make the call, unaware of his hand, however. Robert with the 6-5 also makes the call. Bill also making the call with the 7-5 suited. Andy A. The blind hand makes the call, and Greg. And Greg goes all in here for 82. Moving Man with the A7 suited makes the call. Chelsea's in the chat now. See if, ooh, and Andy A with the Queen Jack off makes the fold. So we're going to go heads up here. Greg all in. Moving Man. Seeing if he can spike a flush here or a straight. May only need a pair. Unaware of Greg's hand. 4, King Deuce, King 3. 3 hearts on the board. So nothing there for Moving Man. Just 8 high. Deuce, 9, Ace. 2 hearts. Ten of clubs on the turn. Oh, and a 4 spades on the river. Could have needed a jack or a 6 there for the straight. And it looks like it was not chopped up. Greg with the pocket 8 is going to take both pots down.
You said Louis won what?
No chop there. Going to take the whole pot.
They still won. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, yeah. The house won. Straddle on the button. Big blind regular. Double. It was a 40K guarantee. They made 120 something before the 40K. Like $10 straddle on the button.
Here we got Robert under the gun with the Queen 4.
Can we put the Nuggets game on this?
Folds the Queen 4. Oh, no, we got a straddle. Actually, we got a straddle. So we're on Baba Juju. 6-3. Folds. Andy W with the Jack 4 with the Robbie. See if Andy W wants to play the Robbie.
Small blind fold, big blind call. Fold, fold, fold.
He does. He decides to call. It is his big blind, so it's hard for him to go there for just 5 more. Folds all the way around to Young with the King 10 offsuit, makes the call. Moving Man with the Jack 9 off also makes the call. Or just checks, sorry. It's his straddle, so he checks. We're going to go to 3 ways to a flop here. Flops King 8 Ace. It's going to give Young second pair. Still definitely the winning hand. Andy and Moving Man need a miracle backdoor, but Young with the bet of $20 is going to make both of them fold.
Fold, fold. Yes, sir. Shows the king. Thank you. Thanks, sir. I believe you. We got a $10 straddle on the button.
Looks like we got another straddle here. Andy makes the call with blind hand. We got Robert with the 7-6 suited. I don't see him going anywhere in his big blind for 5 more with 7-6 suited. Does make the call. D folds. See, once the graphics show up, we'll see the rest of the action. We're all the way over to Andy here. Andy and the under the gun +2 makes the raise to 45. Greg folds. Young in the hijack also makes the call with the Jack 10 suited. Moving Man in the cutoff with pocket 6s also makes the call. And Baba Juju with pocket queens. Looks like he shoves here. Let's go all in with the pocket queens, the ladies. Don't know if we'll see a call here. So it looks like that is a decent sized stack. Of course, unaware what Andy has. I don't know if Jack 10 suited or pocket sixes will make a call there for almost 200 more. There we go. Looks like they were fixing the chip stacks there. So he's all in for 240. So it is 195 more to call, and Andy does get out of the way, and as well as Young, and also Moving Man.
I had one of your sixes.
I got one over.
And he shows the pocket queens.
6, 7 of hearts.
I had 16 of diamonds.
Looks like they show the flop there. I can't really tell what it is.
Not even, not the big
I mean, I
range.
must have had an ace. So
I'm calling the 45. Not,
what did you have, sir?
6, 7 of hearts.
6, 7 hearts. That's a great flop.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not calling the 200 or whatever it was. I'm calling the 45.
So give me just one moment. I'll be right back, all right?
What? Do you know?
I don't know, there's a bunch of... Barry, what are y'all playing over there?
Oh, round, whatever.
I just said 5.
Might as well go get money. Nickel to go. Y'all playing around to each over there? He called. Fold, fold. Raise to 25. Fold, fold, fold. Small blind call.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Looks like we got a raise here from Young to 25 with the Queen 6 suited.
Blind call.
And Bill with the Queen 3 suited decides to get in there.
D call. 4 players.
That was funny.
Looks like the graphics are a little behind here.
4 players.
I think we're just figuring out the graphics on this hand, looks like.
Check, check, check. Checks around. All right.
Looks like they are holding the action to get this graphics right here. Let's see if we get this figured out.
Nope.
I believe there was a raise from Young.
And then
And it looks like 4 people have hands, based on what I'm seeing here.
and then checks around.
I think we're just figuring that out. I think we just made a little bit of a mistake here on the graphics here. Here we go. So, yep, Young did make the raise to 25. Robert, Bill, and D made the call. So we're 4 ways to a flop. The flop is 4, 7, ace, rainbow.
Checks around after the flop.
Robert and Young with backdoor diamonds here, as well as Bill with the backdoor spades. D with a blind hand and a diamond on the turn, jack of diamonds. No one with a pair yet, but we do have two flush draws here. Robert with the higher flush draw. Bets 50.
Fold.
Seeing if he can take down this pot here with this bet of $50, having the equity with that diamond draw. I don't know if Young might make the call here with the diamond draw as well. Little does he know that he is not wanting a diamond. D makes the call, however, so we are unaware of D's hand. So D may even have D may have the winning hand here. More than likely, if he's calling, he is ahead right now. He has to have a pair.
3 players. Which is good.
In the river, a 7 of clubs. Robert and Young missed their diamond draws, so both of them with Robert with king high and Young with queen high. Robert decides to slow down and check. D might make a bet here with Robert checking, and he does. Bet of 200. And does make both players fold. don't even think it needed to be that much. He could have easily bet, I think, even $25, and both players would have folded with just their king and queen high. My guess is D probably had a 7. I don't see him betting $200 without a 7 there. Or a pocket pair giving him a boat.
Straddle on the button. No, sir. You got a straddle on the button. No, no, no. On the phone. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was asking. It was dealing. I didn't want to go behind or too far.
Looks like we got a straddle on the button here from Robert. And it's on Bill with a blind hand. Looks like he makes a raise here. It looks like 50. He does make it 50. Folds to Greg. Sorry, folds to Andy. Alright, there we go. Graphics are just catching up. Folds all the way around to Bob. Sorry, folds to... Whoa. I could be wrong, but I felt like I saw Moving Man throw some calling chips in there. I'm not sure if that's showing up, but that's alright. I'm sure Robert will take down this pot regardless with his trip 8s on the flop. Except Bill here with the blind hand is going all in.
Bet.
No, sorry, not going all in. He's just making a bet here. It looked like he was putting all of his chips in. It looks like 150, I believe. 150. And I'm pretty sure that Moving Man was in there, but did fold his hand, it looked like. And Robert making the call here, so they're going to go heads up to a turn. And a 6 on the turn, that's going to give Robert 8s full of 6s. So unless Bill has pocket 6s, they're probably going to chop this pot here. Bill does go all in, and Robert makes the call. Easy call there with the nuts. And it looks like we did not see Bill's hand, but it looks like he did not have an 8. My guess is, oh, he had aces. There's the hand. Pocket rockets. What seems to be a good flop for aces with a pair on the board. I mean, I don't know about that rip on the turn. I mean, it's hard to think that your opponent has an 8 or a 6 there, but to me, it just seems like there's no other reason for him to call on the flop there, that $150 bet, unless he has an 8 or pocket 6s. So I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about that shove there on the turn there, but I guess he did put in over half his stack on the flop, so it's hard for him to really go anywhere, and he just wants to get all of his money in at that point. I guess just a terrible, terrible flop there for him, unfortunately, with his opponent flopping trips and just drawing to a 2-outer on the turn. And here we got Baba Juju with the Queen Jack offsuit, raises to 15, and D with the ladies here, the pocket queens. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see this. So Andy W with the blind hand, 3 bets to 50, and Bill makes the call. And D with the ladies makes a 4-bet here to 152. We're unaware of Andy's and Bill's hands, but Andy W made the raise here, and Bill made the call.
Yes, sir.
Does fold to them, and Andy W does make the call here. Bill looks like he has also reached for calling chips and does make the call as well. This is going to be a nice big pot here. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop, almost $500 in the pot. We are sweating D's hand at the moment, unaware of the other opponent's hands. And 3 clubs on the flop, 10 deuce 4. Just an awful flop for D there. If either of the opponents have a club in their hand, they have some outs. And D goes all in. He does not want to see another card. And they both fold. Great play from D there with the shove. Does have the queens overpair to the board. I feel like the clubs would just be super scary there. But he's not going to let a $500 pot slip away from him. So he makes the shove there on the flop. Honestly, a great play from D there. Here we got Young with Jack 5 under the gun. Folds all the way around to Robert in the hijack with 10-9, makes the call. Bill with the 6-5 suited makes the call, as well as D with the 7 deuce off makes the call. 7 deuce off is very interesting. I'm sure I don't think they're playing the 7 deuce game, but if they are, then D's got it. But I'm sure this flop will more than likely not be good for D, especially since Greg has 7-3. So D needing a 2 to even be ahead here. Let's go Ramiro. He's doing great for sure. Ramiro with the fan coming B tonight. Love it. He does have a lot of fans tonight. A lot of people cheering him on. And the flop was 9-7 king rainbow. Checks around and we got a 7 of clubs on the turn. And the action's going so fast I can't even tell what's going on. But Robert with his 10-9 makes a bet and makes everyone fold. I mean, having the pair of 9s there and also the gut shot to the straight, 2 gut shots actually, needed a queen or an 8 for a straight there. The double gutty as well as the middle pair. With the fan club, I see what you meant to say there, Chelsea. Ramiro with the fan club tonight. It's always great to have people on the stream supporting you. We got Moving Man here under the gun with Queen 7. Doesn't like it, makes the fold. Baba Juju, blind hand. There it is, Jack 9 off. Makes fold as well. Andy W with the 5-3 off also makes fold. On to Bill, who also makes fold. D in the cutoff, the blind hand. Decides to raise it. Looks like 25. Andy making the fold. Reagan, ooh, Young with the pocket jacks. 3 bets to 80. Unaware of D's hand here. We're going to be sweating Ramiro's hand. Oh, and there it is. D's got the pocket 8s. 8s versus jacks. I'm sure D will call and see a flop here. I don't know if we see a 4-bet here from D, but I'm sure he'll at least see a flop here with the pocket 8s. Oh, and he does make the fold. Wow, behind the jacks. Needing an 8 makes a great fold. What a great fold from D there. Needing an 8 or somehow making a straight. What a great fold from D there. Knew he was behind. Here we got hand number 50. Already on hand number 50. Baba Juju under the gun. Makes a fold as well as Andy W. On to Robert with the 10-6 off. Makes the call. Bill with the Queen Jack off suit. I'm sure he'll get in there as well. Does make the call. D with a blind hand. Looks like he makes a raise. I see a green chip out there. I think he made a raise here. Oh no, that was a call from Bill. He just had only green chips. D also makes a call. Andy A with the Queen 4 suited makes a call as well. Greg folds, and we're on to Young here. Ramiro with the King 3 off raises to 40. It looks like. And Moving Man here with the Robbie. See if Moving Man wants to get in. He does not. Thought he might get in for the stream there. Robert probably going to make the fold here. He does. Bill with the Queen Jack. He might make a call here. Does make the call. D's hand not quite good enough. Makes a fold. Andy A with the Queen 4 suited. Knowing how Andy plays, he might actually make this call here. We'll see. See how he's feeling. He does make the call. Hoping to spike some diamonds here on the flop. Which would be good, as no other player has diamonds. Unaware of the flop there, but it looks like there is a 9, 7, 8, 9. So no one has any connectors right now except for Bill with the Jack having a gut shot straight draw here, and also the backdoor clubs. Other than that, not the best flop for Young or Andy. Checks to Andy. See if Andy wants to make a move here. He does not. He decides to check. See a turn card here. And it is a 10 of hearts, giving Bill the straight. The absolute nuts.
75. Please play long.
Young bet 75. Wanting to try and take the pot here. Little does he know, Bill has it. And Bill going all in for 88. Only 13 more for Young. Obviously, he can't really fold for 13 more, but he is drawing dead. And a Jack on the river. Wow! Straight on the board, but Bill with the higher straight. Andy would have actually chopped it with Bill there. But with Bill having the Queen high straight, makes him the winner of this pot. $311 going back to Bill. And looks like D is now the chip leader after that big $500 pot from earlier. Mario's got some competition now on the other side of the table. Definitely got to be careful when getting in hands with D. Here we go. Looks like we got a straddle on the button from Ramiro. Action's going to be on Moving Man. Oh, I lied. Looks like we have a $20 straddle from Andy A. in the hijack. And then we got Greg in the cutoff making the fold, as well as Ramiro folding his straddle, and Moving Man folding his small blind. And folds all the way around to Bill in the under the gun +2 with the 10-8 offsuit. Makes a fold as well, and D with the Queen 5 offsuit also makes the call. Making Andy take down this pot, and wow, had an ace-queen. He's upset about that, you can tell. Picks up a premium hand in his double straddle. But no action, unfortunately, for him. Cowboy D, yes, Cowboy D, always wearing those cowboy hats.
All right, we got a double straddle.
Definitely a great Hold'em player for sure.
First straddle's on the button. Right. All right, 20 to go.
Here we go. Looks like we got another $20 straddle from Andy. So we're going to be on Greg in the hijack. Makes the fold, as well as Young in the cutoff makes the fold. Hard to really call with 5 deuce there. We're on folds all the way around. Looks like to Robert. And Robert with the ace-8. I don't see him going anywhere. He does make the call. And it's Andy's option. He makes a check here. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. Unaware of Andy A's hand. Maybe sweating Robert's hand for a bit. But we got 7 king, queen of clubs. That's going to give Robert a flush draw here. And an overcard to the board, obviously, with an ace. Andy A, however, unaware of his hand. Robert checks, and Andy makes a bet. Looks like 20. And Robert does make the call. And a 3 of clubs on the turn, giving Robert the flush. But we are unaware if it's even good. And it is, as Robert makes a small bet, and Andy folds. Well, it's not a small bet, actually. It was $55. I just couldn't see how much it was. But if it makes a $55 bet, and Andy does fold there. So Andy did not have a club.
I'm not catching no freaking cards. But if you guys are gonna raise the money, it's this close. I might as well try to take the risk.
I know, but it just kills. We're not gonna. I'm not gonna straddle you.
Got all day, every day, man.
But you know what I'm saying?
I don't care. I'll straddle a lot in Round of Beach or Omaha.
No,
I don't like this
I know,
thing.
but
All right,
the
we got a
straddle
double
gives you
straddle on.
advantage.
Whatever you want to do, I don't care. I'll throw the chips out there all day. You want to go blind? We'll go blind.
No.
I won't even look. We got a double
That's not what I'm saying.
Fine, 20 to go. Let me get 1,000 in chips in about 10 minutes.
I'm not saying that.
I think that's what he is saying.
One fold. Fold. Got it.
Fold.
Use my furniture anymore.
2-1, we got a double strike.
That's not true either.
Fold. Fold. Players all in. What's my look?
You're not luck.
190 and in. All right, then fold.
Sorry, guys, unaware of what's going on in his hand here, but it looks like Andy is all in with the 10-3 off.
I know that 3 times.
And Young's in there with the queen 7. Wow, and what a flop.
Probably good. I need to
Oh, and unfortunate there for Andy. He actually flops the open-ended there with Young catching the queen. So,
All right,
not the worst flop for Andy there, but unfortunately could not get there.
I don't feel.
It looks like Andy's leaving. I don't know if he's getting more chips.
Thanks, sir, appreciate it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Left his phone there, so I'm assuming he's coming back.
Is he out for now?
Yes. We could run off the screen.
All right, we got some calls here. We're on to Baba Juju in the cutoff with A6. Makes the fold. Andy W. on the button, raises to 15. Robert makes the call with the queen 9 off. Young with the jack 8. Makes the call as well. And moving man with the king 10 also makes the call. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. We were just unaware of Andy's hand.
This is the slowest shit I've ever sat through in my life.
Graphics need to catch up a little bit. Just waiting to see the flop. There it is. 8 of diamonds. Oh, 8 ace 5 of diamonds. All diamonds. And the 3 hands we see do not consist of a diamond.
Yeah, I'm not
Young getting the pair there. And a jack of diamonds on the turn.
so it really
That's
speeds-
it's a very interesting run out here.
It really speeds it up.
Unless Andy W's got a diamond. With the ace of hearts on the river, Young might take this down.
Got aces and jacks, 9 kickers.
Aces and jacks with a 9 kicker.
But I have 2 pairs, Jacks and 8.
Yeah.
Shows the jack 9 and it looks like it's good.
Yeah, 3 there.
Nice try.
There has to be something. That's the problem. Andy said he was getting off the screen.
Jack. Oh, wait. Never mind. Sorry. Jack 9 of diamonds wins that hand.
I'm going out to my car and get my
All right, we
gun.
got a $10 straddle.
Andy W did have a diamond. Had the 9 of diamonds and takes down that hand.
That's what I said.
And none of them scan.
got a $10 straddle on the button.
They made me fold my aces because they wouldn't scan.
And call from the small blind, fold from the big blind. Big call, fold, fold, option. Option check.
All right, looks like we got 3 players in here. We did have a straddle in this hand. We got 3 players going to the flop here. Jack, 8, Queen, 2 hearts. We are unaware of Greg and Bill's hands. We are sweating moving man's hand at the moment. He does have the backdoor flush draw. Only a 4 high, however.
25.
And Greg making a bet here. Obviously, moving man going to get out of there with just the 4-3. We don't know either of these players' hands, so we'll see how this turns out. Bill makes the fold, so Greg's going to take down that pot. By the way, if y'all are in here and y'all have not liked the stream yet, make sure to like the stream. It does help with the YouTube algorithm. Gets our stream higher up in the suggested videos and suggested streams, so we greatly appreciate that. We want to try and get as many viewers in here as possible, a bunch of new people. We want to see a great community watching these streams. We want viewers from around everywhere, so if you are in the stream and you have not liked it yet, it's absolutely free. It's just one click of a button. Just click the thumbs up. It helps us a lot. Alright, we got moving man here. Raises to 15 with ace-4 suited. And Andy W with the pocket kings. 3 bets to 35. And it looks like it did fold all the way back around to moving man. And it looks like moving man did make the call here. So we're going to see a flop. Can't really see the flop there. It is Jack 7-9. 2 clubs, 1 spade, so that's going to give moving man a backdoor flush draw. But a bet from Andy is going to make moving man fold. Looks like we just got a few people away from the table right now, so
Hey Barry,
I'm sure we'll get those players back.
did you hear anybody else at Cash?
Other than that, it'll be a little short-handed for a moment here.
Did you hear anybody else at Cash in Virginia? Oh yeah. That you know of?
Alright, we got a $10 straddle on the gun.
He said that.
Looks like we got a straddle for moving man here.
After the double bag.
And it's going to be on Baba Juju. $10 to call. Unaware of his hand. Makes the fold. Andy W makes the fold as well. Folds all the way around. Or sorry, Andy W made the call with A5 suited. Folds around to D there, who also makes the fold. Greg folds as well. And Young with the 10-8 off gets back in time but makes the fold. Moving man with the King-9 suited makes the call. And D raised. D raised to 35. Sorry, I missed that. He's got ace-king off. But both Andy and moving man did call that. And it checks back to D. And D does make a bet here. And Andy folds. Alright, on to the next hand here. Looks like it's going to fold around to Robert.
We got a fold. Robert fold. He folds.
We're going to keep folding all the way around to Greg, and Greg going to make a raise here with ace-5 suited. Raises it to 15. Young with a blind hand makes the call. Moving man makes the call with a5 off in his big blind. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. And the flop is Jack 10-5, 2 hearts. Both moving man and Greg hitting a pair of 5s. But Young with the blind hand here actually bets out. Looks like 35. And it makes both players fold.
Straddle on the button. Double.
Man, you ran into that as bad a hand as you can run into them.
One to go, double straddle.
Alright, looks like we got a $20 straddle here. Andy's back in the game, and he's starting off with his double straddle to 20.
Hold. Call. From Robert. Hold. Raise to 100.
And he raises to 100 on his straddle with the king jack off. And Robert with the king 6 suited isn't going to take that from him and makes the call. So we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Robert really needs some diamonds here, or a 6. An ace 3, 2 hearts, and Andy rips it. I don't see Robert calling here. Very bold move from Andy. If Robert had an ace, there was nothing that Andy could have done there, and would have just been throwing his stack away. But luckily for him, Robert did not have an ace.
That's it.
Not a bad flop. Small blind, big blind. Straddle on the button. Straddle on the button.
Here we got Baba Juju here in the small blind. We got a $10 straddle on the button. And Baba Juju with the king queen off
Raise.
makes the call here. Andy W goes away, folds his big blind with the a6 off. Robert folds as well, and Bill and D.
Call from the 1 seat.
And we're all the way around to Andy A, who makes the call with the 10-9 suited.
3 players.
And Greg Ramiro fold, and Moving Man making the call here with a blind hand on his straddle.
9 of clubs.
And we got Queen 9 Ace, 2 diamonds. It's going to get Baba Juju second pair, Andy bottom pair. And Baba Juju also has the backdoor diamonds. And his bet does make both players fold.
Thanks for appreciate it. Alright, 8 suit calls, 9 suit calls, 1 suit calls, 2 folds, 3, 4 calls, 5 Fold over. Six call. Raise from the big blind 50 more.
All right, on to the next hand here. We got Robert in the big blind, raising it to 55 with a blind hand here. We did have some few callers behind him until it got around to his action. He did make the raise. Bill with the call here, blind hand as well. Andy making the fold. Moving man making the call with the 7-6 off. And Andy W with the ace-10 suited also making the call. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. And Jack, Queen, Queen, 2 clubs. It's going to give Andy a gut shot to Broadway, as well as a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor royal draw as well. Robert checks. Robert and Bill could easily have a queen here, but they both check, and Moving Man also checks with his 7-6 off. And 3 spades on the turn. That's going to give Andy the nut flush draw. And he does bet out for 50. Robert and Bill make the call. Don't see Moving Man making a call here. Oh, looks like, sorry, Andy checked. And Robert made the bet of 50. Bill calls. Of course, Andy also going to make the call there.
230.
You don't want that coming. Yeah.
A little confused on the action there, but I'm pretty sure that I don't think that Robert actually called there or went all in. I think Andy went all in, and Robert and Bill folded. And Bill did fold face up there, but it looks like Andy is going to take down that pot, obviously rivering the nut flush there. So I believe those chip stacks are going to be a little wrong, because I don't believe that Robert made the call. Folds all the way around a Moving Man here with the King Jack off. Makes the call, Papa Juju. Gonna fold his 8. Sorry, no, Moving Man makes the raise to 22. Action's gonna be on Andy here, who makes the call. On to Robert with the ace-4 suited, also makes the call. So we're gonna go 3 ways to a flop here. 7-3 King Rainbow gives Moving Man top pair. Robert checks. He's got a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor wheel draw. He's got a straight draw as well. 5-6 comes. But Robert checks. Moving Man bets for 33, obviously with his top pair. And C-bet. Robert calls. Robert hoping for a diamond on the turn here. And does not get it, is the Queen of Hearts. Still making Moving Man's hand look even prettier to him. Still having the top pair. Bets 44, and it's enough for Robert to fold. Taking down that pot.
Keeping it affordable. You are a big one.
Oh, dude, that's a good looking hat. You get that today? That's good looking.
$10 strike. And that's not doing the Super Bowl. Alright, we got a $10 strike.
And we're on to the next hand here. It looks like we got a straddle from Andy.
25.
We did get a glimpse of his hand. I guess they just forgot to add in the straddle there. But we did get a glimpse of his hand. I believe he has ace-jack in his straddle. And Greg's going to raise it up to 25 with a blind hand here. Young with the 10-8 offsuit makes the call. Andy W with the blind hand makes the call. And all the way back to Andy A. Yep, there's the ace-jack offsuit there. I'm sure we'll see a 3-bet here from Andy with the ace-jack in his straddle. But he could make a call here. We'll see what he decides to do. Looks like he is reaching for raising chips. And he does raise. And it's enough to make Greg fold his king-queen off. Young with the 10-8. I don't see him calling this either. However, Andy W, we are unaware of his hand, so he might call.
Can I borrow 1,000?
See what he decides to do. Andy versus Andy. Andy does make the fold. Just a great hand there for Andy to have in his straddle, as well as a raise right after his straddle too. Just takes down a decent sized pot there without even having to see a flop.
120 on jack in first position.
I think like a regular handed move, not like all right, Nick, where to go? 30 now. Three-seat, four-seat forward. 5-seat forward, 6 forward. 7-seat forward.
And here we got Young here with the ace-7 suited, makes the raise to 30. Robert with the 9-4 suited makes the call. Bill with the queen-jack off. Actions on him. Also looks like he makes the call. We're on D. D folds. Andy A with the jack-deuce makes the fold. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop here.
Repo.
And it's king 7-4. It's going to give Young the second pair. We got Robert with bottom pair here. Robert also with the back door. Flush draw. And Young bets 45. It's a good C bet here. Has the middle pair. Robert making the call, however. So Young could easily put him on a king. And Bill folding his queen-jack. So Young ahead right now. But only having the 7 might be a little scary to him. And a 10 of spades on the turn. I lied. He does not slow down. He decides to bet again.
Bet 80.
For 80. He does have the best hand. And Robert could easily put him on a king as well. But he does make the call, hoping to hit, I guess, another 4 or 9 here. And a 10 on the river. It's actually a really good card for Young here, pairing the board. I don't think he'd put Robert on a 10. But he does check. And it does check both ways there. And Young takes down this pot with a pair of 7s and 10s with an ace. Good enough to take down the pot. I see we have a few new viewers in here. If y'all are new to the stream, make sure to subscribe to our channel and turn on the bell as well, so you'll know when we go live. We do have a schedule, however. The only stream that will be a little bit different is when we do our tournaments. For our tournament streams, obviously we are unaware of when we will make it to final table. So our streams just start whenever during the day. So it's good to have the notification bell on for those. And if you're currently watching the stream and you haven't already yet, make sure to hit the like button. It really helps out a lot with the YouTube algorithm and makes it to where more people will see our stream. And we're trying to get more people in this stream, so we would greatly appreciate it if you've not already to hit that thumbs up button. Helps a lot. It's completely free. Click of a button. Really simple. Alright, we're going to get on this next hand here. We got Young with the 7-6 off, as well as Robert with the 7-6 off. Both making the call. Bill makes the call, and D with a blind hand makes the raise to 35. We're over to Andy here in the small blind with a blind hand as well. Also makes the call. Greg with the 6 deuce folds. We're on to Young.
35 total.
It's 30 more for him to call with the 7-6, and he does make the call. Robert as well making the call, and Bill with a blind hand. See if he makes a call as well. What kind of potato cam is this? Man, it's not the best cameras. They're running in 1080p, but it's I think it's the stream relay that really affects the quality. I believe this stream is currently running in a lower resolution. I might be able to fix that real quick. If y'all bear with me one moment. Let me see if I can... Alright, we'll see if that quality is a little better. I tried to up the resolution a bit. We'll see if it helps. Let me know if it looks a little bit better to y'all. It could be on your end too. Make sure your quality's up on your end and make sure it looks great. However, we got a flop of Queen Ace 10, Rainbow, and it checks to D, who was the pre-flop aggressor, and bets 125 here. Andy was in a puzzling situation there, but makes the fold. Robert probably not going to call here either with the 7-6 off, but we are unaware of Bill's hand, so he may go all in here. We'll see. Depending on what he's got, it's great. Great pot there. So depending on what he has, pot odds could make him call here. What's even worse is we are unaware of D's hands, so D could have this flop absolutely crushed. He could easily have King Jack here, even a set of aces, set of queens, or even set of tens. And Bill does make the call here, so we're unaware of who's winning this hand, and we'll see if someone could even be drawing dead here. We don't know, but we will see at the end of this hand. Once the run out is done, turn is an ace of diamonds, and the river's a 9 of hearts. It looks like D made a boat there. I think that is ace 10. So he turns. So I believe the card reader did pick up the 8 of diamonds, which is incorrect. But it looks like D picked up a boat there on the turn, flopped to pair, turns aces full or tens full of aces full of tens. Apologize, aces full of tens, meaning Bill was more than likely drawing dead on the turn regardless. I don't believe deuces was what Bill had. It's just a filler hand. We never saw Bill's hand. I'm sure he mucked it face down, or else we would have put in the right cards. But since the RFID scanners did not scan it, we still have to put in a hand for the system itself to pick up who won the hand. So then it auto updates. So I guess we just were unaware there of what he had. We're gonna go on to the next hand here. We got Moving Man and the Under the Gun. And it folds all the way around to Andy, who makes the call. And D makes the call as well with the 6 or with a blind hand. Andy with the 6-5 off. And we're on to Andy A, who makes the fold as well. Greg in the small blind. Looks like he raised. I think it's 15. It's 20. I apologize. Raises it to 20. Andy W with the 6-5 makes the fold, as well as D makes the fold. So Greg's going to take down that pot. A little bit of a small pot, but still a profit. Can't ever complain about more chips coming into your stack than what you had before.
straddle on the button. Yes, sir. $10 straddle on the button. Greg Foley.
You ain't called.
All
The
call.
action changed.
Looks like we did have a straddle here. Looks like it was from Andy again. So far we have 2 callers. Young in the big blind with the 10 deuce off. We got Moving Man with 7-5 suited. Makes calls well. And Andy checks. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Does D ever scan his cards? So I'm not sure if it's something he's doing or if it just happens to be the cards he's getting, Pat. But sometimes the cards just don't like to pick up. Especially this red deck. This red deck I feel has a lot of cards that are sometimes scanning and sometimes aren't. But I'm assuming someone asked for a deck change. But another thing is with the other deck, there is always one specific card that likes to not scan at all. It doesn't scan at all, so it's a little tough. I think we just need to try and switch out decks. These cards just love having problems. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt for us, but also it sucks for y'all not being able to see everyone's hand. And sometimes it will slow down the action if something happens and that one of the cards doesn't scan on the flop. So I don't know if it's maybe our table, if it's our table's RFID scanners or if it's the cards themselves. So it's a little tough. To be honest with you, it could be the scanners because I feel like especially with D's hands don't seem to be scanning very often. So either he's getting a lot of the cards that don't like to scan, or it's just that spot. So it looks like Witt's joining into the game. Witt taking the C8 now. And we got Robert with the 8-7 off makes the call, and D with the ace queen suited makes the raise here to 35. It folds all the way around to Babaju. The A5 suited makes the call. Now I'm sure Robert will probably call as well, as he's already in there calling the $10 straddle. And he does make the call. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Appreciate you, Pat. Of course, me and Rocky have really been working on getting a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff going. We want to make this stream look as good as possible. All right, here we got Baba Juju flopping the gut shot, Robert flopping the middle pair as well as a backdoor straight draw, and D with just the ace queen here, no pair, but does have the backdoor flush draw. And D does make the fold here. He does not want to play there, having only the backdoor draws. And obviously, Robert with the bet of 40. It's hard for D to call there with just ace high. And Baba Juju does make the call here. And an 8 on the turn. That looks like it could be a good card here for Baba Juju, but it really isn't, as Robert hits 2 pair.
Yeah, let me get a water, please. Bet 75.
So now Baba Juju needs a 6 for a straight or a 9 for a chop. And he's betting out for 75. And Robert easily makes the call here with the 2 pair. And a 9 on the river, making it a chop pot. And Baba Juju could easily get Robert off this hand with the 9. Robert could easily think that Baba Juju has a 9 here. So we'll see. Baba Juju betting 100. This might scare Robert off. We'll see if he makes the call. He's not winning the hand, but at least he'll get some back. Oh, we already got some Whitney fans up in here. As soon as she joins the table, I agree. She should crush him. And Robert does make the call. Disappointing news there for Baba Juju, as they're just going to chop the pot. It's not the worst news, I guess, for Baba Juju. He could have easily lost the hand, had the losing hand there, but would have won the pot if Robert had just folded. Almost was able to bet him off there. Just an interesting run out there.
pot?
Oh, right, we're gonna have a bomb pop at 10. Is it double board? Single. Just one board. Bomb pop. Heel or hold? Heel or one player.
Thank you.
What's it do? Normal
They
player.
just can't do
Single board, got it. So half as much fun. Got it.
Here we go on to hand number 69 here. Got to be the best hand of the night, hand number 69.
It seems like, he needs flop him the nuts.
Yes.
Not dealing the nuts. River me the nuts. Flop him the nuts.
Let's see if I can bend that.
I doubt it.
You got mine?
See if we can get some graphics going. I'm sure it'll come up pretty soon here. Oh, and we are already
9 players.
I'm unaware of what we're doing. It looks like we're playing a bomb pot. I'm unsure. I think we are playing a bomb pot here. It looks like there may be two, but no, there's only one board. I guess they decided to either switch the game or they're doing a single board bomb pot. I'm unaware. But there is 4 cards right now. That's all I know. Everyone's got 4 cards. I'm pretty sure it's a bomb pot because the flop's out. So, and there is, yeah, there's 140 in the pot already. So I believe it was a bomb pot. Flop is Jack 4-8. We only have one hand, unfortunately, that we see. We really need to. I might go check and see if we can switch decks for y'all in a second here. Oh, now we see Andy A's hand, and we see Greg's hand, as well as Young's hand. All right, well they all folded. So and okay, this is great. So all the people that of the hands that we saw, we did not see their hands anymore because they folded. So the 4 players that are in, we are unaware of their hands. But the 6 of spades on the turn makes the flush draw get there. So spades are there on the board. 5-7 gets there. Obviously going to be no good against spades. And it checks to D, who makes the bet at 150. So I'm going to assume he probably has spades here. This will be determined based on how the action goes, and it does fold around, so D's going to take down that bomb pot. I guess we decided to throw in some single board bomb pots into the stream, and I think that's great. Bomb pots are always great. We usually play double boards here at Stacks. We play PLO double board bomb pots, but unfortunately with the with video poker, the software we are using, had a little bit of a brain fart there, but anyways, the software we are using does not it won't do double board bomb pots. It doesn't have it in the system, so unfortunately we can't do double boards. However, we can do single boards like we just did there. So we are currently, it looks like we're switching back to the Hold'em there. There we go, back to Hold'em. And we got Robert here. Robert's got pocket 4s. We'll see what Andy does here in the under the gun. Unaware of his hand. Action is on him. Oh, no, never mind. Looks like we do have a straddle. Looks like we're switching back to that there. So we do have a straddle on the button. Small blind folds, moving man, and Baba Juju in the big blind folds as well. Andy W, back to him, here we go. Raises to 20, and Robert makes the call here with the pocket 4s. Whitney with King Jack off makes the call. Andy A with the 4-3 makes the fold, and we're on to Greg here. He folds as well. And Young in his straddle calls with the Queen 7 off. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Flop is 3-9 King Rainbow. So Whitney flopping top pair here. And bets 50 here. I'm sure this bet might just take down the pot. Andy actually makes the call here, so we're going to go heads up. Unaware of Andy's hand. See what the turn is, see if it changes much. A 10 of spades, so Queen Jack gets there. But Whitney has a blocker to that, so I'm sure she's not afraid of that. However, Andy does bet for 100 here. So Andy could easily have a king, maybe a better kicker. It is hard to tell. I don't think he would have Queen Jack here because Whitney does have the blocker, but we will see. Can't tell what that turn is. It is a jack, so Whitney's going to get 2 pair here. But any queen makes a straight here. And Andy goes all in, and oh, and Whitney calls in aces. Aces cracked again tonight on the river. Whitney hitting the jack. Gets a full double up from Andy with the pocket aces. Such a great flop for Andy.
$10 straight on the button.
Easily able to hook on the person with a king there, and Whitney did have it. However, she spikes the jack on the river to get 2 pair, crushing her aces, or crushing his aces. Bear with me one moment, guys. I'm going to go see if they can switch decks. Obviously, it won't be for another 30 minutes until it shows up on this stream, but I think it'll be great if we have the other deck. So let me go check and see if we can get that switched. All right, I'll be right back. So I don't know if I'll be back before this hand ends, but I will be right back.
Small blind folds. Big blind calls. 45. Robert raises to 45. Call. Button call.
I'm on.
Raise. He is on. Absolutely.
It's not much.
Alright, I see 175. I see 195. 195 and in. And a call. Oh, you a nickel? I have for you again. Huh? Yes, sir.
Alright, guys, so new word. Rocky's going to be coming back here, and they did already switch decks when I went out there. I'll go ahead and commentate this hand real quick. Looks like we got Andy's all in with the 6-5 suited. Robert makes a call, and Moving Man with the King 10 makes a call as well. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here, it looks like. Actually, I think Moving Man went all in as well. I can't tell if he went all in. I think he did go all in as well, but I'm assuming that Robert probably called, and he did. So we're gonna see a flop here, 7-6 deuce. So three-way all in here. 3 of clubs on the turn. And a 4 on the river, giving Andy the straight. Unbelievable. Robert may be Moving Man here. We're unaware of what Robert has. I see a 9 of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds. So Moving Man's gonna take the side pot, but Andy's gonna take the main here, making the straight on the river. Hell yeah, Whitney's doing great. Already starting off hot. All right, guys, so Rocky's going to be coming in here in a minute. He'll be back up here in a minute. So I'll be done commentating for the night. I hope y'all enjoyed my commentating. A little short and sweet, hour and a half. But, yep, Rocky will be in here for the rest of the stream. And he'll be in here in about a few minutes.
Sure, big blind. Maybe not. $10 straddle on the button. Small blind. Fold.
Oh God, I didn't see
Robert
it.
fold.
Sorry. I folded it. It was so bad. I folded it
Whitney
so fast.
calls. Button.
What's up, everybody? You got Rock coming at you from the commentator box. I'm going to get right on the action.
Calls. Button. Check.
We're going to have a check on the button. We're going to have
They had 5 straight.
6 ways to the flop. king 5-3, 2 diamonds, 1 club. It looks like we had a misread on the tablet. Looks like we're 1, 2. Looks like we're 4 ways to the flop. Young and Reckless is going to bet 25. On the flop, he's going to take down the $90 pot, 55, adding $55 of profit to his stack. Chip counts, we got D leading the way with almost 2,000. Young and Reckless sitting in second with 16. Andy with 650 to round out the top 3. And here we go, y'all. We got Robert in the small blind. We got Whit in the big blind. We got D under the gun, first to act. He's gonna fold his 10-3 off. Andy's gonna look down at a 10-4 off. He's gonna get rid of it. Greg behind him with a call. We don't see what he has. Young and Reckless makes a call with ace-7 off. Andy raises it to 15 with ace-king off. Robert makes a call with 6-7 of clubs. We got some suited connectors. Whitney finds a call with 7-deuce off. And Ram is going to make a call with his ace-7 off, y'all. We're going to go 5 ways to the flop on a $75 pot. We can't see the flop just yet. We're going to get a 9-8-6 all spade board. It's going to check all the way around. And we're going to head straight to the turn. It's going to come a 10 of clubs on the turn. Robert's going to bet 10. Whitney's going to call 10. Greg's going to let his hand go. Ram's going to make a raise to 30. And Andy has a decision to make with ace-king. He's got the ace of spades here. He's got the nut flush draw. No pairs. Andy's going to make a call. Robert's going to call. Whitney's going to lay down her straight. So we have 2 straights. We got Young and Reckless with a straight. We got Robert with a straight. And we got a 9 of hearts to come on the river. It's going to go check, check, check around. Robert's going to show his straight first. Ram's going to show his straight. Andy's going to muck his ace-king. And we're going to have a chopped pot of a $175 pot. Robert and Young and Reckless picking up another $45 in profit to add to their stacks. Chris is going to start shuffling up the next hand. Y'all, if you're tuning into the action tonight, please do me a favor and subscribe to our channel and like this video. It's going to help us out, kind of push our videos out there to the rest of the world. And again, y'all, we're trying to show everybody in the world what kind of poker we play here in Lubbock, Texas. It is the home of action here at Stack Social Club. We're going to have Whitney in the small blind. We're going to have Cowboy D in the big blind. It's going to make Andy first to act. Andy A, I should say. We have 2 Andys on the table. Looks like our tablet is a little bit behind. I'm not sure what the action has been up to the 60, but Andy, I know I can see a raise to 20. I see a call by Cowboy D. Our tablet's going to have to get caught up just a little bit here. Andy Agard in the 1 seat's going to make a raise, it looks like, to 80. All right, y'all. Andy's going to make a race at 85. I'm sorry. Young and Reckless is going to find a fold here. And a fold around. No, I'm lying. We're going 3 ways to the flop. Again, now we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here with the tablet to get the action correct. And here we go. We're going 3 ways to the flop. $262 pot. Andy with King Jack high is going to lead the way. Moving Man with the ace 7 is going to lead out and bet here. He's going to lead out and bet. All in for 37. Andy Watkins is going to find a raise to 110 to 100. He's going to have pocket 7s. We got 9-7 versus pocket 7s. We get a call. We're going to head to the turn. All in. Andy with the 82% favorite to win this hand. It's going to come a 4 of hearts and a king of hearts on the river to give Andy the win with pocket 7s. A chip count. Here it comes. We got D leading the way. Young and Reckless sitting in second. Andy W in third. Whitney in fourth. Andy Agard in fifth. And that's going to round out our top 5. And we actually just got Charlie back in the commentator box, y'all. I am going to hand him back over the mic, and he's going to take back over.
You're the big block. I'm gonna straddle 25. Well, you're the big block. Okay, I'm gonna wait till. All right. Oh yeah. Okay. Leave it up. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Blue deck. Blue or black? Either one's fine. When you go back to the can I deck change next hand?
I like the bigger.
Call from the
I like the
three,
bigger
fold,
cards for
fold.
sure.
Fold, Andy calls. I agree.
All right, let's get back to the action. Sorry about that break there. I had a few things I had to go handle. And back behind the mic here, Robert's going to raise it to $65 with an ace-queen here, offsuit. Andy looking down at a king-6 suited, but been away for a little while. I don't know really how Andy's been doing. I don't know if he's gone crazy or not, but I would think he's going to find a fold here eventually when it gets around to him. But Andy Agar at this point going to call with a jack-9 offsuit. Reckless looking down at an offsuit 5-4. He's going to go away. Andy Watkins looking around the table trying to decide if it's worth the money, the extra $60, and he's going to find a fold here. So we're going to go heads up to the flop with ace-queen versus jack-9. Not a huge lead here for Robert. I mean, it was 54 now. I mean, it's 54 now. Got ace-queen going all in. Andy's going to make the call here with the open ender. He's got the 8 to jack, so 7 or a queen here. So Robert really does not want to pair up. He'd rather just see brick if I'm being honest here. He's going to get the 4 on the turn and a 3 on the river. Is going to give Robert the win with the ace high. Ace high is going to take down $452 pot. It's going to give Robert about a $200 and something win. Andy Watkins has gone to showdown 61% of his hands, so he's leading the way there. Looking down. Oh, we got Whitney down at the end of the table. Glad to see Whitney. Whitney's going to be here and try to stack up a few chips. Make old Pops proud. All right, everybody. We're got a pretty good little 2-5 game. This one's really played well. So at least the most of it that I've seen. It looks like Young and Restless is still holding on to a big portion of those chips he won early on. Baba Juju going away with an ace-4 offsuit there. Robert looking down at a 5-6. He's going to raise it up to $15 here, and D's going to make the call with a king-7 suited. Andy with the deuce-4 is going to go away after taking that hit he took, losing his stack. So looks like we're going to go be heads up here again. Robert here in a few hands here. Heads up again. Going to be an ace-10-8 now. It's going to give him an open-ended straight draw. Or excuse me, a gut shot straight draw. But he is behind still. D at a 72% right here with just the high card. The turn is a 10, pairing up the board, but no help for either one of these guys. So we're going to see here. D's going to make the check. Robert's going to put out the $30 bet. My bad. And D's going to go away. So he was behind a big percentage ways, but he picks up the win. D leading the way in chip count with 1,900. Greg down at the bottom with $148. Robert right there in the middle with 474. Whitney rocking the Mavericks shirt there. Got her AirPods in. She probably doesn't want to listen to all the bull crap on the table. For those of you earlier mentioning the table talk and the volume on it, it was, it is just a pretty quiet table. Apparently, they're not doing a lot of talking. Moving Man raising it up to $20 here with Pocket Kings. I think he might be hoping he's going to entice a 3-bet, and he's going to entice the 3-bet all right, but it's going to come from D, who has Pocket Aces here. He's going to raise it up to 120. So D now making it looks like 120. Yep, makes a 3-bet to 120. You're going to get folds all the way around. Moving Man. I wouldn't be surprised if Moving Man goes all in, and he does. He makes the move all in. Going to get a couple of folds here real quick from Andy and Robert, I would assume. Can't imagine Robert's making the call with pocket fives, but stranger things have happened. I promise you that's true. Moving Man, thinking he's in a pretty good position, got everything he wanted out of that. He makes the small raise, hoping to entice a 3-bet, and he does get it. But it's not going to be the hand he wants to see. Now, the flop can do wonders, so let's see what we got here. We got a Jack 10 Jack, it looks like. It is a Jack 10 Jack on the flop, so we're going to move right along here, and we're going to have a 5 on the turn, giving Robert what would have been a boat. Robert would have had the boat here if he makes the call, and he would have won that pot. That would have been a huge pot for Robert to win, but he is going to go away there. Moving Man, I'm sorry, going to lose that pot there, but that's a tough hand there. Pocket Kings versus Pocket Aces. But the hand that was expected to win did.
Once that happened, I already knew what it was. There's no other way to handle it any other way.
The way that they called out is,
I just didn't know someone had Jack 10.
yes, sir. I would love to play that hand with Jack 10.
All right, Andy going to look down at a Jack 6 offsuit, and he's going to go away there. Whitney making a call with an Ace 4 offsuit. Hope she didn't look down and think that was Pocket Aces. I've made that mistake more than once, I think. Of course, I don't pull them all the way up. I usually look at the tips, and then I end up messing myself out of money. All right. Andy with an Ace 8 and Greg with Ace 3. So 3 of the aces out here already. We're going to get a flop here. It's like 2 diamonds and maybe a heart or a club. I don't know. Spade. But we're going to get a check. Oh, no, we got 3 spades. Wow. Not real clear, so that's why you got to wait for those cards to scan here. But Whitney with the nut flush draw here. Baba Juju folds as well. Whitney's going to pick up that pot, and why wouldn't she bet it? She had the nut flush draw. All right, if you're watching here and you haven't already given us the thumbs up, go smash that like button. Give us a thumbs up. We want to keep as many likes on the page as we have watchers. Andy now with an Ace Queen here, going to raise it to $25. D looking down at 2 cards we haven't seen. Well, we do now. Ace Jack, he's going to make the call. Andy Agar going to make the call with a 10-8 suited. Not a surprise there at all. And Young and Reckless as well. he is going to call with an ace-10 offsuit. So three of the aces are out right away, and we're going to see a flop here. Do not see an ace on the flop, that's for sure. But Andy leads out, and as I suspected, there is a queen on the flop. He lays it out for 100. Ace-Jack is going to go away, and so is 10-8. Ace-10, however, is going to make the call here. Young and Reckless making that call, heads up to the turn. And an 8 of spades, so Andy here in a good position. He's going to continue to bet if I was guessing, and he does. He makes a $200 bet now, and Young and Reckless going to think about this, but Andy going to continue to bet here because he certainly doesn't want to make him feel like he's trying to entice the bet. Increasing that bet, he may feel like that Andy's betting a 10 as well or whatever, but he also makes it a pretty big bet for him to continue to come after him with, just in case Reckless has the straight draw maybe that he's going after. Reckless taking his time here. He's really going to think about this. And I don't know if Andy's done something in previous hands at all to make Reckless think that he wouldn't be betting with something better than second pair or worse. But he is going to lay it down here and make the wise choice to go away and swallow his pride and live to play another day. Got a lot of Whitney fans here in the chat, that's for sure. Got JC now here saying, go Whitney. We're now 80 hands into the live stream here, and man, I know sometimes I know that I look at it. I look at the duration of how long where we're at the time, and I think, man, 80 hands just does not seem to be a lot, but we're now 3 hours into that, so we're looking at about 26 hands, 26 and a half hands per hour. So looks like you're taking an average of a little bit over 2 minutes. Whitney gonna fold here with her queen 8. Andy making it 75 with a jack 9. I guess he didn't learn his lesson earlier with that jack 9, but he does pick up the blinds. Of course, he comes and decides to change positions. Rainbolt back at the table. He was in the other night at the I believe he came in on the 10-5 no limit. 10-25 no limit game. Maybe it was the 2-5 as well. I don't remember. But he is now back in the 1 seat where he was before. Greg's still hanging around here, making a night of it for himself as well. D looking down at an ace-4 under the gun there, and he's going to go away. Rainbolt's cards are a mystery, but he makes the call. Young and Reckless, he's going to raise it to 45 with an 8 deuce suited. He's getting a little bit feisty there, maybe a little bit bored. I don't know. Robert looking down at a king 3 suited is going to make the call, though. And Whitney with a queen jack's going to make the fold. She makes the fold with an offsuit queen jack. I'm telling you, Whitney's a tough cookie to crack. She's not going to get in there and just get her money in bad, that's for sure. I would say that's because she learned it from her daddy, but her daddy gets his money in bad sometimes. I mean, just saying, Barry. I know you're out there listening, or you'll be watching it later, one or the other, but I think your daughter might be a little bit better player than you are. Give them something to fight about over Thanksgiving dinner. Amber coming in here telling Whit to crush it. All right, here we are. Young and Reckless here making a big bet here of $100. He does pick up the win here. Robert going to go away. Robert not hitting anything. If Robert hits, any other part of that, if he turns a club, I think he makes the call there just because Robert gets a little aggressive sometimes too. But Young and Restless. I'm not a soap opera watcher. No, I'm not. But Young and Reckless picking up a decent-sized pot there, getting frisky with an 8-deuce suited. Chris still in the box, doing a great job. He's wearing them out there, just wearing out those cards. We've got a good amount of people that have been stopping in and watching the lives. And they've been hanging around a pretty good time too, so we really appreciate that. So even if you don't hang around for very long, pop in, say hello on the chat just to let us know you were here. All right, Andy with the 4-3 suited making the raise. He's doing his best Lucky Duck impression. Young and Reckless going to make the fold. So Andy's going to pick up the $27 pot here. And he's going to show the 4-3 suited. He wants everybody to see just how great he played the 4-3. Good job, Andy. Good job. Moving right along. Hey, guys, don't forget, Tuesday night, $3,000 guarantee. $45 minimum buy-in, $120 maximum buy-in. Always a good tournament. That's always a good tournament for us on Tuesdays. It's a great little prize pool. Come on out. It's a good little Tuesday night getaway for you. Midweek relaxation. We open our doors at 1 o'clock every afternoon here at Stack's Social Club. Cash games usually kick off within about 30 minutes of that. D making the call to $5, 3 more from the small blind. And the big blind, Rainbolt, is going to make it a $25 raise. He's going to raise it up to $25, so $20 raise. And that's going to get a fold around. But Whitney makes the call. Once she was committed, she's going to see some cards here. And flop's going to come down. Ace-Jack 6 going to give Rainbolt 2 pair. He's not going to get any action out of this if he c-bets it. And he does not. He does make the bet, and Whitney goes away. Barry, I think you need to watch this live stream and pick up some good tips from Whitney. Of course, I know Barry's out here on the other table, so if you got nothing to do tonight, we do have other tables going on right now. Playing. If I was guessing, probably 5-15 round of each, maybe possibly 1-2. Probably 5-15 round of each, though. Young and Reckless going to look down under the gun at an ace-jack offsuit. Andy Agar and the +1 is going to be at a queen-10 offsuit as well. Baba Juju going to have some cards that he probably doesn't want to play, but who knows. It looks like we had a straddle. We did have a... No, under the gun just raises it up. So Young and Reckless raises it up to $40, and Andy's going to make the call here. Baba Juju's going to go away. Robert going to look down at Big Slick suited, and he is going to make the move all in with his cards. And I don't know that he'll get a call, but he very well could from Young and Reckless. Of course, Andy could make the call as well. If you get a fold from Young and Reckless here, you may get a call from Andy. He gets pretty aggressive at times, so would not be surprised if he feels like he's got live cards here. Looks like Young and Reckless is going to fold, and if I'm guessing here, looks like to me you're probably going to get an all-in from Andy here. Maybe not. I don't know how stuck Andy is right now either. So Chelsea says it is a $5 on the button round of each. So it's a $5 on the button round of each. going at the other table as well. And Andy does make the fold here. Andy Watkins is obviously going to fold there, but I can't believe Andy made that fold. I'm a little surprised. He must be stuck. Deeper than he wants to be anyway. Because that is very much a hand that Andy, if he feels like at all that he is live, he is making that call. Got my stomach growling. I see Diego running around there with bags of food, and I'm like, man, I need something to eat. Of course, anybody that's seen me says I don't need anything to eat. As I say that, I'm going to probably eat something. So we're 5 ways to a flop here. Let's see who's going to get the big monster hand. Well, could be Robert, could be Andy Watkins. Andy Watkins picking up the second middle pair here. Robert with the flush draw. Rainbolt and Andy Agar are both sitting with 10s and 10-5, 10-6. Young and Reckless not showing his hand yet, or not able to see it. Andy Watkins can go ahead and make a bet here of $35, but Robert's going to call. Going to get folds around the table, and we're going to go heads up to a river here. The right card could bring in a lot of action here. It's going to be a king of spades, so Andy does pick up the win with the pair of jacks, and Robert's not going to pick up that flush, so can't imagine that he makes any kind of call if Andy bets, but Andy does not. Andy's going to check. Robert's going to go ahead and check behind and lose the hand. All right, Whitney now picking up a great hand. Pocket queens here. D with pocket 5 is going to make that call for 25. Whitney here probably giving herself the opportunity to bring in a 3-bet that she can re-raise. And Andy just makes that call with ace-10 offsuit. Andy Agar with a 10-5, excuse me. Not the flop that Whitney wants to see. Robert picking up a pair of aces here. Of course, Whitney's going to have the continuation bet for $75. D going to be getting out of the way here for sure, and Andy's probably going to get out of the way as well. So we're going to go heads up here. Robert's going to make the call with top pair. I can't imagine he goes away there. And the turn is going to be an ace here, and what that does for Whitney is it really gives her the opportunity to think that maybe Robert does not have anything here. Robert leads out for 50, and Whitney making the call. River is a 9. So Whitney's going to be behind here. Whitney's going to have the losing hand. Robert's certainly going to make a bet, and he does. He makes the small bet of 15. That's the please come and raise me bet. Whitney had old Pops walking behind her, checking out the results, and Whitney's going to get the change back from the 25 that she put in there to make the call, and go watch her chips go over to Robert there. All right, here. Let's see what the action is. We should be seeing a new dealer here pretty soon, I would assume. Of course, I assume I have a winning hand a lot more than I do, so we all know what assumptions do because they definitely make an ass out of me. Baba Juju with the King 10 and Andy Agar with the King 6. Andy Watkins with a mystery hand while Young and Reckless has a pair of threes here on the flop. He's going to make the bet once it's checked around to him, and he's going to get folds from everyone except Andy. Andy, again, with the mystery hand. The 5 on the turn, pick it up, giving Reckless the pair of threes plus the gut shot wheel draw. Again, still not knowing what Andy has, but we're going to see a bet of $25. Andy going to contemplate things, look down at his hand, probably make a fold here, and he does. Andy going away here, giving Reckless the pot. We don't know if he was actually ahead, but he was ahead enough. I believe he probably was. I don't see Andy folding at 8 there, unless he really believes that Reckless was maybe on the button with an ace-4. Very possible, too. So some people say, as a general rule of thumb, the worst hands will make the call from that button area. But in Lubbock, Texas, with these poker players, you don't know what cards are called from what position, because if you've watched any of our live streams, just our live streams alone, you know that people make calls from all kinds of positions with all kinds of cards. Whitney now looking down and folding to the $10 raise. I don't know if that was a straddle or a raise. I'm assuming there was a straddle somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe Robert just makes the raise to 10. Or someone. Robert, though, is going to raise to 55, it looks like. Raising to 55 with a Queen 9 suited. This must be just because he loves this hand. But D with a 6-5 suited is going to make the call, and Rainbolt with a 6-5 suited as well here. So we could see a little bit of crazy action if the right flop comes. You get maybe a 3-4 of clubs or diamonds. 3-4 of 7 of clubs or diamonds, and that could get really crazy. You get a 3-4-7 of spades. You're going to get things pretty nasty as well. So let's see what happens here coming to the flop. A lot of possibilities. I'm going to check here from Rainbolt. It's going to check Robert as well, and D is going to take advantage and say, I don't know. So Robert with the 9-10 is going to pick up the open-ended straight draw. D with the 2 diamonds in his hand is going to make a bet of 100. Rainbolt's going to go away, and Robert's going to make that call pretty quickly with the open-ender. Going to the turn, and the turn is a 4 of spades, so no help for either one of these guys, really. There is not going to be a flush possibility for Robert, so he still picks up the open-ender. No diamond for D. They're both in the same situation, but D's going to continue to bet out here. He knows that he's got a lot of outs. Robert here with 8 outs. Thinking and contemplating and contemplating and thinking, and I see the smoke in the ears coming out, and he's going to make the call. He's going to make the call for 200. So D with that $200 bet, and Robert with the call going to the river, and what a king of diamonds would do here. But it's going to be a 3 of clubs now. It's going to give Robert the win with queen high. If D checks here, he does not. Oh, he does make the check. No, he doesn't. He does make a bet, and Robert folds. Robert just don't know how close he was to a win there for a pretty good amount of money. But he obviously he can't do anything about that. I mean, there's nothing. What can you do? Nobody hits their card. The first person to bet's going to be the one to do it. All right, looking at chip count, D doing a really good job here. He's at $2,700. Greg's still hanging out there at $134 on bottom. All right, we're getting closer. There's a few of you on there that are watching that have not liked the page yet, or I think so. So if you have not, please do so right now. Let's get those likes and those watchers at the same level. Baba Juju looking down, going to have to make the call for 10 more because there's a straddle on the button and then a double straddle behind him for 25. Robert now with the ace king is going to raise it up to 150 here. Going to get folded around. Young and Reckless going to look down at some cards. He folds. Andy Agar now with the queen 10 of hearts. What is he going to do here? We're back in the same situation as we were earlier. Exactly the same situation, really, except Andy is now suited. But Robert had the ace king. Andy had the queen 10. And Andy folded to that raise earlier. But he makes this one. Like they say, but they were suited. And now Andy picking up the straight draw with the top pair. Robert moving all in with Big Slick. And Andy, of course, is going to make the call. And an ace on the turn and a 10 on the river. The 10 gives Andy the win here. Trip 10s on the river. Robert frustrated, but, you know, of course, Robert was behind when he makes the call there. So, Robert was behind. He makes the call from behind. He does turn the ace that he wanted to see, but, wow, not very many outs for Andy after the turn, and he does hit it. Andy needed any queen, any 10, or any jack at that point. And he does find it. So Robert now in the small blind is gone. Looks like he's got nothing left. I don't know if he's buying more chips or what he's doing. So right now we're going to have a dead small blind. We're going to have just a single big blind right now. And that would be Whitney. D will be under the gun here. He's going to look down at some mystery cards. He's got too many chips to scan his cards. Spread those chips out, Mr. D. Let's do some coloring up. They did get red, though. Jack 7 offsuit. He makes the fold. Reckless here with ace 9 of spades. Going to make a raise up here at about $25. $35, excuse me. And he is going to pick up the $5 from Whitney. I don't think there's a scenario where Whitney makes that call unless she's got monster pocket pair. Maybe Big Slick. Pre-flop raising, Reckless 18% of the time along with Andy Agar. Andy Watkins surprisingly high with pre-flop raises at 15%. And Whitney all the way down at the bottom, she raises 4% of the time pre-flop. And it looks like old Pops is coming to sit down at the table now. Barry, quite contrary, is going to sit down at the table, bringing him a load of chips. Let's see what happens here. Rainbolt makes the call with a 10-7 offsuit. Young and Reckless, of course, with the king 9 suited. Andy's going to make the raise here with an ace-jack offsuit. I'm going to raise it up to $50 here is what it looks like to me. And that is the case. We're going to get folds all the way around the table. D looking down at pocket fours probably makes this call here. With his stack, he might just see if he can't flop himself a 4. But he does not. He goes away. Whitney makes the call behind him, though, with king, queen off suit. So Whitney and Andy are going to go to the flop here. Of course, Andy ahead 60% to 40%. And that's going to go just a little bit higher after we see a flop of a 5, 7, 5, and 2 diamonds. Andy with the ace of diamonds, not really a factor at this point, but it could become one pretty easily. Whitney now going to fold to that $55 bet from Andy. She does not want to partake in that anymore. So glad we've had such an active chat tonight. That's been great. Had more action in this chat tonight than we've had so far, and that's really good to see. I'm happy that y'all are coming in here and watching, chatting. Greg under the gun here. Going to look down at a 6-5. He's probably going to go away from that. Young and Reckless at the +1 with the ace-9 offsuit. And he's going to make the raise here. He is. He's going to make a raise to, it looks like $40. Excuse me, $30. 8-7 offsuit for Andy. Don't be surprised if he makes that call here, but he doesn't. So what I'm surprised at is how bad I am at making these predictions. Big Bad Wolf here with a 10-6 offsuit going to come in on the first hand and just decide he's going to outplay these guys. Young and Reckless going to lead out here. Let's see what he does. Looks like it's going to be a check, check. King on the turn. No help for either one of these, but going to get a check from Reckless here, and Big Bad Wolf says, I'm not going to take that crap anymore. You can get your checks at the bank, sir. He's going to put out a $55 bet, to which Reckless is going to look at his cards and say, yeah, I don't think so. I missed a bet there, and I'm not going to give away chips. Jennifer jumping on the chat saying, go Ramiro. Ramiro's got a pretty big fan club here. He's got a pretty big fan club in the chat room. One of the bigger ones we've seen on the live, I'll tell you that. I don't know, Whitney's got a pretty big one in here too. They're going to get that they're going to get that live stream schedule for this next week. It's going to be out first thing in the morning. So I was guessing we might not have a live stream tomorrow night, but again, they're going to finalize that schedule tonight, and it will be out first thing in the morning. So check our Facebook if so. Hookless Hanger says, hey, Peterhead. Well, I know who that would be. We got Andy here with a Queen 10 Queen 10 suited here. He's going to pick up the top pair and the straight draw and the backdoor flush draw with Andy Watkins, the ace 3 though. Andy going to lead out here probably with a bet. It's going to be his option, and he is, and Andy Watkins is going to go away here pretty quick, I'd assume. $55 to make the call, and I just don't see Andy willing to put in that much money to continue to draw at nothing almost. And he does not, so Andy picks up that pot pretty easily. Uh-oh, Amber. You're making choices here. You're making choices. Amber says, let's go Barry. The good thing is they got 8 people to play against here, so they can both walk away with the chips, and you can root for both of them, Amber. We got Reckless in the big blind here, but Andy under the gun is going to straddle for 10. So the action's going to be on Baba Juju with pocket 5s. See if he finds a 3-bet here or if he just flats. He is going to find a 3-bet here, it looks like. Not a 3-bet, a raise. Excuse me. He makes the raise to 25. And of course, get a call from Big Bad Wolf and Rain Bolt. Young and Reckless with the 10 deuce is going to make the call as well, and Andy with an ace 8 offsuit. So we're going to be 5 hands to the flop, 5 ways to the flop here. Yes, Amber, you can root for both. I won't tell anybody. All right, 5 ways to the flop here, and we're going to get a Jack, Jack 5. So Baba Juju now picks up the boat, and no one else with a Jack in their hand, so he's going to be feeling pretty confident here. With 2 jacks on the board, he's hoping that no one else has a jack here. And he, making that small little raise to 25 might get him a little bit of extra money. Because Rainbolt, of course, with the 9-10, he raises it to 30 off of Big Bad Wolf's bet. And Baba Juju's going to, I don't know what he's going to do here. If it's me, I think I just flat right here. I feel pretty good about it. But then again, any jack with any other card that comes up could beat you. He does 3-bet to 75, and Rainbolt's going to get out of the way here. I think I'm a little more risky there. I probably flat that raise and then get after it after the turn. JC says she hopes Whitney gives Barry the blues. I've seen it happen. I have seen it happen, so certainly not unheard of. Baba Juju rubbing those cards over that scanner like you think it didn't scan, but it did. Big Bad Wolf looking down to the 6-4 offsuit's going to raise it up to $20. Rainbolt looking down at a King Queen of Hearts. He's going to 3-bet to 45 here. And that's probably going to get folds around the table. Possible that Andy makes this call. And if he does, Big Bad Wolf is certainly going to make the call. Let's see if Andy wants to get really crazy here and 4-bet. Or, yeah, 4-bet. He does not. He's just going to make the call to $45. Big Bad Wolf, really is a good position for Big Bad Wolf to make a 4-bet. But he's not. He's just going to make the call to 45 as well. I could see him 4-betting this right here, trying to pick up a decent-sized little pot. But probably having not played with Rainbolt a whole lot, he's not sure that he wants to get into that tussle yet. See how it plays out first. Going to get check option here to Rainbolt now with the King Queen. Have him in the 4-better. He's definitely going to c-bet here, and he does for $60. Andy with a 9-10 here can't make a call here. I don't see how he does. And Big Bad Wolf, unless he really just decides he's going to be playing with this guy's head, he's not going to call, and he doesn't.
Double straddle. We got a straddle on the button and a double straddle. Double straddle is great.
Hope you guys are ready for the week to begin. Tell me where you guys are from. I mean, some of you guys I know where you're from here. Lubbock, Texas. I know that Amber, I know that's where you're from. Of course, Chelsea and Tanya and Pat. There's a few of you on here commenting, and you're rooting for players here, but that does not necessarily mean you're from Lubbock. So if you're not in Lubbock, chime in and tell me where you're at or where you're living currently. Saw V-Pip there sticking his head in the door. He's probably going to be the dealer coming in here shortly, maybe. Could be on the other table. Who knows? We're going to see a $20 straddle here from Barry. Looks like it's going to be a double straddle. Probably got the $10 straddle from Andy A. and then a $20 straddle from Barry. So Whitney's going to be first to act. Not sure what she looked down at here, but it looks like she's going to call here. She's going to make the call for $20, and D's going to fold. Greg looking down at pocket 10 is going to move all in with his stack. About 85, 95, about $105 maybe, $114. Young and Reckless, though, going to make the call here with a 10-9 suited. And Whitney with a king-queen suited. I can't see her going away here. Baba Juju now with a pocket queens, though. Got to imagine you're going to see a 4-bet here, or a raise of the 3-bet, excuse me. We had the double straddle, and then we had the raise. So imagine we're going to see a 3-bet here from Baba Juju, which that means Andy and Whitney probably will go away. Baba Juju does make the raise. He is going to 3-bet it here to maybe not. It looks like he does just make the flat. He makes the flat call here. Wow. Whitney is going to come along for the call, and I can't blame her. I mean, of course she's going to make that call there. There's too much money in the pot. I'm a little bit surprised that Baba Juju with 3 hands, with as many hands as that were involved and people playing behind him, that he doesn't 3-bet there. But, again, stranger things. We're going to go to a flop here, and we're going to have a 9-Jack-7. So, Reckless here picking up the straight draw and the pair of 9s. Whitney here with the straight draw as well. She's got the gut shot straight draw. And Baba Juju now making the move all in, or making the move for $200. A $200 bet here, and Whitney's going to go away needing the gut shot, especially considering that 3 of her outs are already gone. Greg, of course, is all in, and Young and Reckless here with the 9s. he is going to make that call as well. So Young and Reckless here with the straight draw, but he has middle pair. Does not know that he's actually pretty far behind Baba Juju. Going to pick up a 6 of hearts here. No real help for him here. It gives him the same straight draw as he had. And we're going to get an all-in here from Baba Juju for $141. Young and Reckless has been here this whole time. He's put too much money in it. I just can't see him folding here. I'd be shocked to see him call, actually. That's a $165 bet. So $165 bet here. Young and Reckless is going to make the call here, I would imagine. I just can't imagine him getting away after the money he's put in so far. And he is going to make the call here. So we're going to see how that goes. And to a river here. And it's going to be the 8. It's going to give him the straight. He rivers the straight. Oh, he had a few dollars left here, excuse me. And so he makes the bet and makes the call here. The 10-9 is going to give him the straight. Greg, however, does have the same straight. So Greg is going to actually pick up half of his pot. He's going to chop that pot. But Young and Reckless is going to win that entire side pot from Baba Juju. And that's got to be frustrating for Baba Juju. But, you know, I think he possibly does that to himself when he does not 3-bet the pocket queens with so many people in. And I could be wrong, but I'm just a little bit surprised that he does not make a 3-bet there. So Baba Juju now out of the game, it looks like. D leading the way with 2,700 in chips. Greg now up to 239, and Whitney just ahead of him at 254. Jordan says he's from Long Beach, California. Well, you might be from Long Beach, California, but that's not where you're at, sir. Rock says, whip that ass. He's talking to Barry and Whitney. All right, we're going to get a new dealer in the box here right now. And it is going to be John, Mr. VPIP, Mr. I don't call anything pre-flop very often. I think John's VPIP might actually go up while he's dealing. At least that's what I'm thinking. I don't know that it gets any lower ever. All right, we're gonna get a $10 straddle from Big Bad Wolf here. Whitney looking down at one card. She's looking at the second card. She's about to take Daddy's chips from the right side. She's gonna take them from him. She's just gonna raise pops up just a little bit. Raise it on up to 40. She's not going to let her dad get away with this. But Rainbolt coming over here with the ace-king offsuit. And he's going to make the 3-bet here to $90, excuse me. 3-bet to $90 here. And we're going to get back around here. And let's see if old Pops here wants to help defend the stack. He's not going to let nobody. He's going to let anybody push him or Brittany around. And he does make the call for $80, and Whitney's going to look down and say, well, I don't have a lot in chips. I think I'm going to go ahead and move all in. Maybe not. So she's just going to make the call for $90, hoping to catch a good flop for her hand. Sweetheart, I hate to tell you, but an ace is not going to be a good flop for your hand. But a deuce 4-10 could be a good flop if she chooses to c-bet here, but she's not going to. Rainbolt going to lead out for $65, and he is going to take down this pot if I was guessing. Whitney could make the call if she decides that she wants to push with 2 overs on the board. Big Bad Wolf here going to make the call here with a backdoor straight draw. So I think Barry has decided he is just going to play with the other player here is what he's going to do. He's going to take a chance on playing against the other player. He's just going to outplay the guy. Rainbolt with the second 10 hitting the board is going to make a bet here, and Big Bad Wolf's going to go away. I hate to tell you, Barry, but if you make a raise there, if you raise that guy right there, Rainbolt goes away. I don't think he makes that call for a second when that second 10 hits the board. But that's the benefit of being in this chair. I can be better at I can be a better player than everybody at that table if I get to sit right here and watch. Jennifer checking in from San Antonio. All right, nice. Rainbolt, fresh off Big Slick, makes the call, but Andy's going to raise it up here to $25 with the ace-jack off, and Rainbolt's going to find a call. So we're going heads up to a flop here. And a queen 6-4 going to be a flop, so Andy's going to flop top pair here. Having been the raiser, he's going to probably c-bet here for 25 or so, and he does. He does c-bet for $25 here. See if he can't pull the other hand along. Maybe want to make a little bit of money here. I can't imagine that he's doing it for the fold, but he does get the fold anyway. Rainbolt not looking to risk too many chips being behind there. Cumulative winnings right now. Rainbolt now the fourth man in chips with the winnings at $208. D leading the way there. Young and Reckless with a 51% VPIP. Renee Rivas rooting for Whitney, he says. The uncle from Venus, Texas. Well, welcome to the live stream and welcome to the chat. Thank you for watching. Don't tell anybody I'm rooting for Whitney too. She doesn't get to come up and play that often, so it wouldn't be nice to see her take a win. So Rainbolt and Big Bad Wolf heads up here, both with clubs in their hands. But Barry with the bet of $55 is going to take down that, and he's going to show the little bluff there. All right. Barry now with the button straddle for $10. Whitney's going to go away with a nice 7 offsuit. Rainbolt, $10 to call with an ace-6, and he's going to make the call. I don't know if he meant to because he put out 5, but at that point he has to call. But Andy now looking down, young and reckless with a queen 9 offsuit, does not know that he is about to call right into a pocket pair of aces. Andy trying to decide what kind of raise he can make here to make things worth it. He's hoping maybe Barry would raise his straddle, but finds it better to not take that chance, and he's going to make it $60 to go. Big Bad Wolf's card's not being able to be exposed yet, and he's going to make that call, though, for 50 more. Young and Reckless with the Queen 9. Let's see what he decides to do. Rainbolt, first of all, going to make his fold. Reckless here looking like he's going to make the call. Kind of a surprise. But he does have the chip stack. I mean, he has been winning pretty much everything he plays. Not everything, but close. What an insane way to go. And he does make the fold. He does end up making the fold here, so we're going to be heads up, Big Bad Wolf and Andy. And I don't know what cards Big Bad Wolf has, but it wouldn't surprise me if he has a 3-4 or something in his hand. Andy going to lead out here. It's a great flop, though, for Andy to be able to bet into if he's still ahead here, because Barry's going to always, I mean, it's going to be hard for him to go away if he makes that raise call. Andy betting 130 and Barry making the snap call here. Pretty quick call. Going to a turn with 2 spades on the board, and the turn is going to be a king of spades bringing in the flush draw. So now Andy, of course, making the move. He's going to go ahead and put Barry all in. Barry with the snap call as well. King of spades on the turn here. What are we going to get on the river? And it's going to be a 6 of diamonds on the river, so what could we have here? Barry, we don't know, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to beat the aces. He is not. Got to wonder if maybe Barry had a spade underneath there and a straight draw or something like that. All right, here, moving right along. Whitney with the duded. Whitney with the duded dig deuce. All right, Whitney with the suited 6 deuce is gonna fold here. Sorry, I saw 3-bet and I thought she 3-bet that. That's gonna be Big Bad Wolf with the 6 deuce, and he 3-bets to 100 here off of Andy's raise of $20 to $25. So it's donkey hand versus donkey hand. 6 deuce versus 7-5. I don't know that I'd ever say I think 7 high is winning this hand, and 7 high is ahead right now. But we don't know exactly what's going to go on here, because Andy checks. Barry leads out here for $175, and Andy's going to fold right away. Barry's showing him the 6 deuce. Andy's ahead. Andy was ahead going over there. What's wrong, Andy? How do you fold that, sir? So Big Bad Wolf making a buy-in of about 1,000 chips and coming up with a $100 win there approximately. Whitney now on the button. Young and Reckless looking down at Jack-10 offsuit under the gun, and he's just going to make the flat call. Andy here with an Ace-9 offsuit as well, probably going to make a raise, and he does to $25. Big Bad Wolf folding away. Whitney with the Queen-8 offsuit is going to make the fold as well. D making the fold while Rainbow reaches for some chips and actually makes the call here. Greg as well, and Young and Reckless making the call. So pretty good cards here going to the flop. If anybody hits anything, it's going to pretty much hit close to someone else's hand. We got a Queen 5-6 here, so you do hit the Queen here for Greg, and he's going to, actually Rainbolt is going to lead out for $20. Greg making the snap call. And Andy looking to make a decision here, and doesn't know what he wants to do. 2 hands still in there. He's got to go away, and he does. So Rainbolt now behind. 5 on the turn here, and he's going to go ahead and lead out here, and that's when Greg's got to decide if he believes in the 5 or not, and he does not. He makes the snap call again. And an 8 of clubs on the river, bringing in the straight draw as well, but Rainbolt going to check that down. He got scared there. Greg makes the bet of $50 and picks up the win. So D with the top chip count right now at 2,700. Whitney at the bottom right now with 157, and Andy Watkins and Andy Agar sitting in the middle at about 11% of the chips each. about a $70 difference, $72 difference for Andy Agar over Andy Watkins. So Big Bad Wolf looking down at a 9-3 offsuit right now, while we're going to see a lot of hands folded around here. D making the fold as well, but Rainbolt making the $10 call with a Jack-8. And Greg now picking up some hands. He's going to pick up a King, pocket kings here, both black kings, Young and Reckless with pocket 2s. Going to make the call of $35. Andy with a 10-6 here, who straddled initially. Going to have to make the decision of where he wants to go $25 more or $20 more on this hand. And he does make the call. Rainbolt now making the call as well. So as opposed to the last hand where everybody had a lot of the same cards, you got cards, all kinds of crazy hands in here at this point. You got a 4-7-8 here, giving Rainbolt top pair. Andy picking up the gut shot straight draw. Greg, though, leading out for $45 with pocket kings. Andy looking down, trying to decide whether he wants to make the $45 call for a gutty. You made the call pre-flop with a 10-6. For goodness sakes, you couldn't have thought it was going to be hard to pick up your hand on the flop. So, of course, he makes the call, and Rainbolt with top pair going to make the call as well. And we're going to the turn. And the turn's going to be a 10 now, giving Andy top pair on the board, that is. Still with the straight draw, but Greg leading out here with $100. And Andy now probably thinking that he's in a better position than he is. Greg not being too super aggressive with the betting as far as the amount. Some would have shoved all in with his chip stack, but he's trying to extract all the money he can and hoping he doesn't lose here. But Andy does make the call. No, he makes the fold. Rainbolt, however, does make the call because he picks up the straight draw. And the queen's going to come in here. Not any help for Rainbolt. Greg's going to move all in at this point, and Rainbolt's going to go away, I think. But who knows? Maybe not. He may think his 8s are good. Hard to see him making this call, but he's counting out chips like he plans to call. I mean, son, you didn't have that many chips to begin with in that hand after you made the calls. The $150 wasn't, you weren't going to be left with much. So, don't know what he's going to do here, but kind of hard to see him making a call, but I just can't. He's got to really think that it's a solid bluff. He did. He thought it was a stone cold bluff. I don't think he knows Greg too well on that front. Greg's making that move on a bluff ever. Good hand for Greg now, picking up a pretty good amount of chips. He's climbed on up there now. He's got about 800 in chips, while D still leads the way with 2,700. Young and Reckless, though, still hanging up there strong at 1,900 as well. Looks like Rainbolt's going to be topping up here with a little bit of money. Get him some chips. While we get ready to look down at some cards, it's going to be $5 a call for Andy Watkins in the under the gun here. Big Bad Wolf looking down at a Queen 4 offsuit. Whitney's going to make the fold. Not sure what she had, but D going around. Rainbolt looking down now at Ace King offsuit. Big Slick unsuited here. So he might have bought some chips just in time. And Young and Reckless now picking up the pocket kings and 3-bets it to 75. So this could be a big heads-up hand here because you got to wonder what Rainbolt's going to do. He is going to be a little more disciplined still and just make the call here. You take a big hit on that last hand, sometimes you just want to make the shove there and just be like, man. But Rainbolt now picking up the top pair with aces. He's going to make that call quickly as Young and Reckless makes the C bet of $100. Going to a turn here, and a king might be the sickest card ever here. It's going to be a 5. Check, check. And a queen on the river. We thought we might get that king there, but it's going to get a check, check around there. And ace is going to pick up the hand here. So Rainbolt here, probably not going to be able to pick up any more chips. He might have picked up a little bit on the river if he makes a small bet, but I just don't know what Reckless would have been willing to call there. The queen might have bought enough belief that if Rainbolt makes that bet there, he might get a call for a decent amount. He might have been able to get another $100 out of Reckless if he makes that bet here, because the queen brings in a decent pair. Whitney now looking down at pocket threes, calling the $10 straddle from Barry. So we'll see where this goes here. Greg laying down the ace-9. Andy Agar with the jack-5 suited is going to make that call pretty quickly. Andy Watkins making the call as well. And Big Bad Wolf going to raise it up here to $30. And Whitney says, I got you, Dad. Let's just go all in. So she's going to 3-bet it up to about $122, $121 it looks like maybe. So Dad going to give her some action. He is going to start this hand behind. $157 from Whitney. He's going to put that money in there. He's going to give her the little speech, the little, you shouldn't have poked the bear, daughter, speech. And right now, of course, Barry picks up a big draw. Whitney's still ahead. 7 on the turn, still ahead. And a 7 on the river, and the pocket threes hold up for Whitney. So daughter's showing daddy a thing or two there. Don't get too frisky with those overs, Dad. Don't worry, you'll always be his little girl. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. As usual, we really appreciate all the action, all the people tuning in and giving their support to Stacks Social Club and Stacks Live. It's been a great experience for us so far. We're only going to get better. The stream is only going to get better. The games are only going to get better. Got a big hand brewing here, it looks like. So, Young and Reckless after Andy. Let's see here. After the call or the raise from D to $45, Young and Reckless going to 3-bet here to $100, and Andy with pocket 7's got a decision to make here. Don't see him making the call, considering that D is the raiser originally. Young and Reckless is not going to make this 3-bet lightly either. So Andy Watkins is going to go away as well after Andy Agar folds. Big Bad Wolf, though, he is not afraid to play. He certainly is not afraid to play. So D with 55 more to call. Can't imagine he folds for 55 more with those cards that he's got in his hand. He's going to have to hit the king or probably the flush to win this hand, though. Now, Big Bad Wolf's in a bad position, though, because of 3 spades flop here. He probably feels like he's good, and they do not, though. You got a 7-9-4. Check, check, check. The turn is a 10, now brings in the straight draw for Barry. Still no help for anyone. Also D with the straight draw as well. Barry does not want to pair this board with his jack. And it's going to be a deuce of spades now. Young and Reckless is going to be ahead in the hand here, but D is going to make the bet. D is going to lead out for a pretty good amount. Look like about $200 bet to me. $200 it is. $200 bet from D, and Young and Reckless is going to really have to think about this. He's got to decide whether he wants to make the hero call here. He knows that he did 3-bet it, although D was the original raiser. So do you make the hero call, or do you raise it up here to put him to a decision? Now we can look at it and see that if he raises D here, D is going to go away. Of course, Reckless doesn't know that right now. I can't imagine The only thing Reckless can do here, if he was going to do anything, would be to raise, in my opinion, because that's a superhero call, and you really don't want to make him. You don't want to give him the chance to beat you for free, essentially. He does make the fold though, and D picks up the hand for 220. I doubt he got to see the cards because D's not one to show them very often. D now sitting with 2,900 in chips. Young and Reckless right behind him at 1,700. Big Bad Wolf in the middle at 875. Rainbolt now going to be in the +1 position, looking down at a Jack 7. D making the call for $5 with a Queen 10 offsuit. Greg with the Ace Jack's going to just raise it up to 15, while Young and Reckless here being a little bit reckless with the 7-3 suited making the call of $15 as well. Greg, let's see here. Whitney going to go away here. Big Bad Wolf, though, going to 3-bet it to 105 with Ace Queen offsuit. Rainbolt getting out of the way, Young and Reckless getting out of the way, and Andy with a decision to make here. He folds. So Barry's going to pick up this little bit of a pot here. Going to see Diego making his way around the table tonight. Diego working the cage now, coming in. D still leading that chip count, moving right on up. Nice to see D have a good night for once in a while. You got Whitney looking down at Ace King offsuit. She's going to be in the small blind after the straddle for Barry. She'd be first to act, and she's just going to make the call here for $10. If I was guessing, I'd think she might want to see a raise there so she could 3-bet her all in there, being a smaller stack. D made it raise to 45, but we don't know what his cards are yet, so Andy, with pocket 8s, he's going to make that call as well. So Whitney did get the raise here, if that's what she was really wanting. Big Bad Wolf going to make that call here, and Whitney just going to flat here, so she's just being a little bit tight with the chips here. Doesn't want to give them away after that double up through Dad. And the flop, not going to be a great one for Whitney. She's not going to be happy there because she didn't pick up what she wanted. D, of course, not being able to see his cards, but he was the original raiser, so he's going to lead out. He's going to bet $125, or $100, excuse me. But Big Bad Wolf picking up the gutty here. What is he going to decide to do? Big Bad Wolf on the button. There we go. D with the King 10 of diamonds, and there you, or Queen 10 of diamonds. King Queen of diamonds. And that's exactly why he's betting here. Picks up top pair and the flush draw. Barry making the call, hoping that he can get a 6 here. 6 of diamonds would be pretty gross. It's going to be a 9 here. So no help for Barry at all. Doesn't really help D either, but D is ahead, so by a large margin too. Barry with just a 6% chance here. So we're going to wait and see what D does here. I can imagine he doesn't bet. And he does. He's going to make looks like a $200 bet here. And Big Bad Wolf's going to get out of the way, I'd imagine. Only way he does anything is if he thinks D's bluffing, and that is D sitting across from him making that bet. So we're going to see a little bit of Hollywood action. And then we're going to see him toss those cards in. And there it goes. So D picking up a $580 pot. Going to be a $235 profit. We got Dean sitting in here coming into the box. Say hi, Dean. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
Dean hadn't been here in the room since night number 1, but he's got the cast off. He's been back to dealing here a little bit, playing a little bit. Has you enjoyed playing in the live stream so far?
It's fun,
you enjoyed them?
Yeah, it's fun. Definitely a good change of pace.
Played in that 1025 the other night. Started it out. Man, I just could not seem to hold on to a hand. I
was dealing it. I remember. So you weren't running very good. You were making some big hands, and they were getting beat.
Well,
I remember the set of tens one.
I would blame the dealer, but again, since Dean was dealing, I guess I won't do that. Andy picking up pocket nines here. There's going to be action to him, and he's going to probably make a raise here, but he's going to raise into pocket kings when it gets to Andy Watkins. So you might very well see an Andy versus Andy hand here. Andy going to just make the call here. He's just going to flat it for $45 here. We're going to see some cards get out of the way. D making a somewhat tight call. Barry makes the call for 45 though with a king 8 offsuit. So there goes one of Andy's outs. We're going to see an ace 10 7, 2 hearts hitting the board. Andy going to make the check here, and Andy going to make the bet here of $100. Andy Agar going to go right away. 2 overs hit the board. He's got to imagine he's beat. Little did he know he was beat pre-flop. D now skipping right over the $3,000 mark. He's doing pretty well here.
Wasn't because I didn't like me or anything.
Guys, don't forget about the Tuesday $3,000 guarantee here at Stacks. Spread the word. $45 minimum buy-in, $120 maximum buy-in. Andy Agar now looking down at ace-queen offsuit here. $5 to call. We're going to see a raise here of probably, $30. We're going to see a $25 raise. I think Barry here is just, I think he's in a playing mood. He's just ready to play some cards. He don't care what they are pretty much. He's going to play them. So he's going to come in with the 8-7. Whitney with the king jack of clubs here. She's going to 3-bet it to 150, and D with pocket sevens is going to go away quickly. Rainbolt with the 6-5 of clubs doesn't want to play for that much money either. Can't imagine that she's going to get many callers depending on who it is based on how she plays and how she's shown the table she plays. Andy, who made the raise to $30, going to get out of the way as well. So we're back to old Pops again. And I think Pop's going to give her the action again. And this time, he's probably a little further behind than he was last time. Well, he is significantly further behind than he was last time. But he is live. King Jack versus 8-7 coming down to a flop here. Don't do it to her, Barry. Don't do it to her. King 3-5. So Whitney flopping top pair here, but 3 hearts on the board. And another heart's going to give Barry the flush. So Whitney really wanting to see black here. And it's a heart. Oh my gosh. What a terrible river for Whitney. Goes in ahead, flops even better, and just watches old dad catch the river. I told y'all Barry gets his money in bad occasionally. He didn't believe me. I know he wanted to argue with me when I said it too. So Barry just getting it in bad, taking his daughter's chips. You should be ashamed, sir. Andy Agar now under the gun here is going to make the straddle for $10. So Andy Watkins is going to be the first to act. Looks like Whitney picked up a few more chips here. Going to play a little bit longer. Big Bad Wolf of pocket nines. He's just going to make the flat call here for $10. A little bit of a surprise with a medium pocket pair like that. Looks like he's wanting to try to pick up trips on the flop and see if he can't make more money that way. Young and Reckless going to make the call here with Queen 8 offsuit. And Andy just going to check with the 6-3 suited. The flop's going to come down ace, deuce, 10. Not the flop that Barry wanted to see here. And Rainbolt with top pair is going to make a bet here. Going to get folds really quickly. Big Bad Wolf, however, could make a call here if he just wants to try to catch him, and he does. And it's going to be a queen, so no help again for Barry. Rainbolt not going to slow down at all. Says if you want to catch up to me, you're going to have to pay the price, pay the toll, sir. Barry does make the call, and we're going to see a river, and it's going to be a deuce. So Rainbolt now with the best pair here. But with a 5 kicker, we could, well, now that there's 2 pair on the board, this might not be a good place for Barry to to bluff.
Barry is all in.
He does. He moves all in. That is going to be. Now that's a move. That's about the only move you could make to make him believe that. And what are you really going to. He's really got to think a lot about this. Do you have the queen?
850 and in.
If you've got ace queen here is the only real way he believes you're shoving if he folds. Otherwise, he thinks you're bluffing.
850 in.
At least that's my mindset from being able to see everybody's cards. I can talk all kinds of stuff from back here.
It's a lot easier.
It's so much easier. Rainbolt agonizing over it, though. I mean, and you can't blame him. It's a great move for Barry. I mean, you got to put the man to max pressure is right. But he does make the call, and he shows the ace, and Barry says, I don't even know if I want to show my cards right now. He does not. So Rainbolt going to pick up the all-in double up.
Great bet, better call.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a super bet from Barry. It's hard to believe that he made that call. He had to believe that Barry was on a straight up bluff in order to make that call.
That bet,
or a
it's
chop.
hard to make that call.
Yeah. I think Rainbolt thinks, in order to make that call, I don't think he thinks Barry's bluffing. I think he just feels like he's going to earn a chop of the pot there.
Sure.
But tough way to go there. All right. So while Rainbolt stacks chips, VPip going to shuffle up and deal. Told him earlier when John got into the box, I said, there's VPip. I said, I think his VPip is actually going to go up while he's dealing.
It's pretty funny.
All right. Now, Andy Watkins under the gun here. Big Bad Wolf picking up pocket 7. So back-to-back pocket pairs for Big Bad Wolf. Andy Watkins looking down at a 6-5 of clubs, and he's going to make the raise here to 20. Barry, of course, he's going to actually 3-bet it here to 55. Rainbolt looking down at a king 7 is going to probably fold in that position. Greg with the 8-5 suited is going to fold. Andy Agar going to be the one to stand in the way here, and he is going to make the call with a king queen. Andy now going to be put to it, and he's going to call for 35 more. He knows at this position, he knows that 6-5, if it hits, it's probably going to be a good hand. So we're 3 ways to a flop here. John puts down the flop. We'll get to see that momentarily. Momentarily. There we go. Jack 6-10, 3 spades. So 6-5 has now hit a pair. The ace on the turn is going to give Andy Agar the Broadway. Big Bad Wolf putting out a bluff here and does not know that he's far behind. Andy, though, is going to find a raise here, if I'm guessing. I don't see him just making this call here with 3 spades on the board. He might. He does have the king of spades. So he could just make this call here. And it looks like he's going to. Andy Watkins, however, is going to go away. He knows there's no chance for himself here. So we're going to the river here. Andy with Broadway is going to pick up the win here. There's no way that Barry could have won that hand anyway. But check. I can't believe Andy doesn't make the bet there. I mean, I know that there's a flush possibility, but yeah, I don't know. I still think I make that bet there. That's me. That's why I sit here and I'm not playing chips. Don't give him an explanation, Andy. He just wants to move on to the next hand. He don't care why you checked or bet. Barry's watched his chip stack go down in 2 hands. He just wants to play. He wants to get another hand in there so he can get his chips in. Whitney now in the +1 position. She's going to look down on the straddle from Barry, and she's going to fold. Hardly getting to see what D plays when he does have hands because he has so many chips in front of him, can't scan his cards. Brenton, if you're watching, we know you have that trouble all the time as well. Andy Watkins with a 6-7 of diamonds here. And Big Bad Wolf, what's he going to do here? I thought he was thinking about an all-in there, maybe out of frustration. So 2 people with 2 diamonds in their hand. Andy Watkins had raised it to 30, and Andy Agar going to make the call as well. So we've got a straight flush almost between 2 players just in their hand. We got a Jack-9 deuce on the flop. So Rainbolt now picking up middle pair. He is leading in the hand. No, he is ahead. Andy now picking up the straight draw as well. So he's got the gutty. Andy Watkins making that call, hoping to pick up another diamond maybe. He does pick up another diamond, but he doesn't know that those diamonds are going to be behind even if they hit. Andy now picking up top pair, and he's still with the gutty. And Rainbolt now picking up the flush draw is going to keep the pressure. He's going to call here. Andy Watkins made the bet of $75, picking up his flush draw. It's one of those Justin bets. Just in case I hit, I'm going to bet it now. Problem is if he does hit it, he stands to lose. But I've seen great hands. I've seen great bets beat great hands many times. But it's all a moot point here because it's going to be a 5 of spades, and you're going to get a check on the river, and the pair of 9s are going to win here. So Rainbolt picking up a $215 profit after that.
I got the diamonds in on it. Well, I got the diamonds in on it.
If only the diamond comes, we get to see who does what and how they play that, because neither one had a great flush, but if Andy leads it out, you very possibly see a raise from Rainbolt. At that point, Andy has to go away. We'll never know. Whitney now under the gun with a deuce 4. She needs to understand that position on the table plays deuce 4 very well usually. Can we get a mandatory color up for D? I mean, the man's got more chips on the table than Frito-Lay. Goodness gracious, can we get him a color up? All right, Greg looking down at pocket 4s. He hasn't been super aggressive all night. He's going to make that call. Reckless here with just a small raise to $10. Andy asking questions probably just to induce some thought. He's going to raise it up. He's going to 3-bet to $45 here. Big Bad Wolf with pocket 3s is going to get aggressive and go all in here. I kind of suspected he might. He's been playing super aggressive all night with his hands. So, say all night since he sat down about 45 minutes ago. So Andy now, Greg goes away with the pocket 4s, which are actually better than Barry's pocket 3s. Of course, he doesn't know that. And Andy Agar going to throw down the king 7. Barry going to pick up a decent little chip stack. Kelsey says, turn the heat up for D. Man stays cold all the time. D bought in for, I think, 700. I think it wasn't much more than that if it was. So he's doing pretty well tonight. We'll know here when the cumulative winnings pop up. D gonna fold the queen 9, so I'm thinking those chips might be pretty much on lockdown at this point. Greg looking down at a king 10 offsuit, while Rainbow probably going to go away with his 8-6 offsuit as well. He does make the call. A little bit of sorry. Big Bad Wolf now looking down at ace 10 offsuit. Again, been playing super aggressive with his cards, so don't be surprised if he was to... Nope, he just makes the call. He does make the call. And my calls have been bad most of the night here, it seems like. At least that's what it feels like. Andy now picking up the pair of 4s, while Big Bad Wolf is just looking back from behind. Rainbolt with a pair of 6s. Queen on the turn, no help to anybody. We're going to see a lot of checks, I think, unless someone decides to get aggressive and make a stab at that after the queen hits the board. Looks like Andy is going to be that man, and he's going to lead out for $60 or $75. $60 with a pair of fours representing the queen. And we're going to get the call here from Rainbolt with a 6. And the river looks like it's a 4. And if that's a 4, that's going to give Andy the trip 4s. It is a 4 of diamonds. So Andy now looking down at trip 4s. He's going to make the bet here. And I doubt you see Rainbolt. I don't know. Rainbolt may make the call here, but I doubt it. Got a big decision to make. And he does make the call for $63. Andy's going to show him the trip 4s. And Rainbolt's going to show him the chips as they go back over to Andy's side. Andy picking up about $188 or so on that. Big Bad Wolf with the high VPIP here with 68%. Young and Reckless not a whole lot far behind him. He's at 52%. Greg down there at the bottom, which is no surprise, with 21%.
I don't know, like, I figured I was ahead on the flop, but then by the river I couldn't beat the flop. Like, either of the other cards are on the flop, so I should have just laid it down, I guess.
Chelsea says that D is up 2,800, so
I was like, maybe he has pocket two.
that puts him about 500 in on the game, I believe.
Yeah, he put the ace over, and I was like,
Whitney in the small blind here. She's going to be first to act off the straddle from Barry with a 7-6. She's going to make that call. D looking down at pocket 5 is going to make that call as well. Just a flat. Rainbolt folding a 9-3. Greg right behind him with a 9-7, both offsuit. Young and Reckless. Cards haven't scanned yet, but he's going to make the call for $10, and Andy Agar folding as well. Andy Watkins looking down at an 8-7 offsuit, while Big Bad Wolf looks at a Jack-6 offsuit. And he is going to make the raise here, raise it up to $60. Whitney looking down at her 7-6 has decided she is going to go ahead and go all in, it looks like, and she is. It's going to be about a $100 bet, $113. D now looking down and going to decide whether he wants to make that call as well, but he's going to show the 5s and go away. Young and Reckless as well. And we are back to daddy and daughter again. So they're 1-1. Let's see who comes up with the win here. Big Bad Wolf ahead to start off is dominating actually. And the 6 on the flop continues to have Whitney behind. An ace on the turn here. And a 10 on the river, so that's going to give Barry the win here. He's going to outkick Whitney with both of them with a pair of 6s, but the Jack will play.
One more over to the chop or the 6.
Tough night for Whitney. She got her chips in good and lost. She got her chips in bad there and lost. And it's just rough night altogether. Pre-flop raise at 30% for Barry. That's higher than a lot of players' VPIPs. Some players' VPIPs, not a lot. All right. We're going to get back to the action now. We're going to see Greg's going to be under the gun here. Young and Reckless still holding on to some chips, but he has lost a little bit of that luster there. He's going to look down at a queen 2 of clubs here, and he's going to make the fold. Oh, it's a misdeal. Looks like a misdeal here. The ever-perfect John. Mr. Dealer with the misdeal. What happened, sir? I expect a full explanation after this stream is over. Put a report in your file.
And often how the players blame the dealers for bad beats. The dealers blame the players
for missed deals. There you go. I want to know what player was responsible for it. So we've got straddle, double straddle, and a triple straddle here. Got a triple straddle to 40. Andy is going to call. Andy with the decision, and he is going to actually raise it up to 100. And Barry with the snap call with a king 4 off. D with the ace jack's going to go away. So you can see how tight D's playing at this point. Those chips are pretty locked down. Andy Agar, who straddled for 40 with the triple straddle, to look down at a king queen off suit here. So you could see him try to get crazy with that and see. But Young and Reckless makes the call to $80. The call to 100 for 80 with an ace 6 offsuit. He's playing a little more of the reckless right now. Andy Watkins made that raise with with an ace deuce of hearts. Andy really agonizing over this call, trying to decide whether it's worth it. You're in for 40, 60 more with a king queen. He finally makes the call. Finally. And we're 4 ways to a flop. Oh no, he shoves here. Now that's a move. That is a move there. And you're probably going to get a fold. If I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a fold around here, but some things, though, stranger things have happened. Barry with his hands on his chips like he's going to push all in. We're going to wait and see what Andy Watkins does here. Yeah, the ace 2 of hearts here. I can't imagine he makes the call, but Andy with the $1,000 shove with king queen, and Barry's going to make the call. Barry with a king 4 is going to make this call here. He is way behind. Young and Reckless now with the ace 6, currently ahead, but never makes this call, I don't think. So Barry now just a 27% chance on this hand. Knows he wants to see a 4 on the flop. And he sees the king and the 4. He flops 2 pair against Andy's king queen. The turn is a 6 of diamonds, and Andy is now dead to a queen. And he does hit it. He does not hit it. Barry hits his king 4 to win that hand. Wow. What a call for Barry here. Of course, Andy wasn't dead to a queen there, but if a 6 hits the board, but he was pretty dead. D now, cumulative winnings, D is up 2,800. So, doing pretty well here. Andy looking to top up. Says $400 or so just is not enough to play in this 2-5 no limit game right now. This game has gotten much juicier than the last 2-5 game we had. A lot more action. Well, we've seen Barry playing aggressive the entire time here. And it hadn't paid off a few times, but it just paid off there for him. He makes the raise after he makes the call after Andy Watkins raised to 15 with an 8-6 suited. D now 3 bets it to $65 with an ace queen offsuit. Young and Reckless makes the call with a 10-3 suited. I'll tell you, Reckless is playing that way here lately. Here in just the last little while, he's gotten really reckless. He's got diamonds as well as Big Bad Wolf. So Barry does not want to see diamonds, really. And the flop is a 7-4 jack. So that's going to put a straight draw, a gutty in there for Barry. He's going to lead out for $10, it looks like. And D just making the flat call there, and I think that's really telling for D's hand. I think you're going to see a much bigger bet here from Barry. Probably no matter what hits, but definitely if it's small. And it is a 6, so it does not give the straight to Barry, but I can't imagine now Reckless getting in here on the action. He is actually going to probably slow some action down by making the the $6 bet. Barry does just flat the call here. D now realizing that these little bets are just not going to take down a pot, and he's going to move it on up there. Looks like he's going to move it up to $60. It's going to be a $54 raise here. Young and Reckless is going to go away pretty quickly, but Barry could, with the pair of 6s, continue to play very loose poker. Oh, and Reckless is going to play the loose poker here. He's going to shove and make it a 3-bet to $200. And D is going to go away here. I just can't imagine him making the call. $140 more to D, and with nothing there. I mean, he absolutely has nothing. He's got 2 overcards on the board, and he is down to 6 outs and 1 card to hit it. So I just don't imagine that he's going to make that call, and he does not. That's a great raise from Reckless. But I tell you, if Reckless doesn't make that raise, Barry does. What do you think? You think he makes that raise if he doesn't? If Reckless doesn't?
It's just so hard to tell. Maybe. You never know with Barry.
He was putting himself in. I think he was putting himself in position. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, Barry folded to Reckless raise there, but
when Barry's in the pot, it makes everything a little different.
it really does.
Because he's capable of doing anything. So
We're going to see a straddle and a restraddle here. So Barry, again, going to be the last to act, while D looks down at his cards and decides what he wants to do. Have an 8-6 suited here, 8-6 of diamonds. Same cards Barry had last hand. Going to get a call here from D. Got Dean here in the box. He ain't calling anything but the action with me here if he wants to. But going to get the call here around the table. Andy Agar with a Queen-Jack offsuit here. And Andy Watkins with the King-Queen offsuit is going to make the call as well. Barry with the straddle is just going to check. We're going to go 5 ways to a flop here. And a 6 deuce ace going to give a pair to Rainbow and a pair to D here. No one else. No one with an ace here, but D going to be a little bit aggressive with a pair of 6s. He's going to bet it out like he's got aces. Rainbow says, not so fast, buddy. I have a deuce. And I can chase you down, sir.
running hearts, picked it up too.
All right, he does pick up the hard draw. He does pick up the hard draw. He is still behind Rainbolt, that is. D, though, making the bet, and Rainbolt making the call as well. And it is going to be a river 3 of hearts. So now the hearts are in play. D going to bet, not thinking that he stayed with runner hearts, and he is going to be wrong, as I guarantee you we're going to get a raise from Rainbolt. And he does raise it up to $100 in chips. $55, $55 raise. $75 to call. D's going to look down and realize that that was a bad bet on his part, and he's going to go away, I would assume. And he does. Got about 28 more minutes or so here with the live stream, so I want to thank everybody that's been in here watching this entire time. HD Poker says, so much dead money. Love the shove by Andy. That was a pretty good shove. Certainly was. All right. D going to go away with his cards that we didn't get to see, while Rainbow with a Jack-8 offsuit is going to make the call for $10. And Greg, whose cards have not been scanned yet, is also going to make that call. Andy Agar now in this big blind position is going to make the call, while Andy Watkins folds, and Big Bad Wolf with the 8-6 offsuit is just going to check. 4 ways to a flop. And a deuce 4-5, so Andy Agar here picking up a pair of deuces. Big Bad Wolf picking up the gutty to the 6 high. Rainbolt going to make that call. Greg, still don't know what Greg has, but he's going to make a raise here. He's going to raise it up to 40. Yeah, he's going to raise it up to $45 here. Big Bad Wolf with the gutty to the 6 high is going to make the call. Just don't see Rainbolt making the call here. So we're going to go heads up action here now to the turn. Greg with a mystery hand while Barry has the gutty. And a deuce. A deuce hits the board here, and now Rainbolt's going to be frustrated that he got out because he would have picked up the trips. Barry's going to check it over to Greg, and Greg's going to make the bet here. There's no way he's not. Makes the $75 bet. Barry makes the quick fold. Rainbolt, probably a little frustrated he didn't make that fold. I mean, he didn't make that call there, but what you going to do? Big Bad Wolf still leading with 36% pre-flop raising, while Rainbow bringing up the tail end of that at 9%. I think they're going to have to bring an armored car in here to help D get all his money off the table by the time the night's done. He's having himself a pretty good night. He looks down at pocket fives. He makes the flat call for the straddle, and Andy Watkins, though, looking down at big slick offsuit here, is going to raise it up to 45. Big Bad Wolf playing just about everything so far tonight. He's playing deuce 4 here. And D making the call with pocket fives. We're going to go 4 ways to the flop as Andy makes his call as well. We're going to see an 8-7-8. That's going to give Andy a pair of 7s. He's going to be leading the way here, but doesn't mean he's going to be winning the hand. So we're going to see. All right, Big Bad Wolf picking up that pot there.
No.
Andy folds, Barry calls.
Yeah.
And D calls. Logan calls. Greg calls.
All right, D making the call with a king-queen offsuit here. Big Bad Wolf again, just playing everything. I wonder if he's trying to see how high he can get that V-pip before the night's over. I really think that might be the case. Greg with the queen-10 offsuit. We're going to have 3 clubs on the flop. It's going to be a 3, 10, 7 of clubs. So Rainbolt picking up the king-high flush draw. Big Bad Wolf with the 2-high flush draw. Got a bet here from Rainbolt, and why don't you? Why wouldn't you bet it? He's going to get folded around, too. Looks like he's going to probably pick up the pot. No, Greg here making the call with top pair. And the jack of clubs on the turn, giving Rainbolt the king-high flush and the best hand here. We're going to go check, check, go to the river. And a jack on the river, bringing in the boat possibility. So you likely are going to see a bet here from Rainbolt and probably a snap fold here from Greg. $60 bet.
Give us 1 second, we'll fix this, all right?
I mean, like, that was kind of a bad card anyways for me, realistically speaking.
Good one is once you qualify.
All right, we're back here to the action. Sorry about that. Get you to full screen here. All right. So Rainbolt now looking down at an ace-4 offsuit while Greg's got the 5-4 suited here.
Logan calls. Greg raises to 15. Ram makes it 35. Andy folds. Andy folds. Barry folds. D folds. Logan calls. Greg calls.
Young and Reckless 3-betting to $35 here with a 9-6 offsuit. He's just getting pretty crazy with those chips as well. Big Bad Wolf making the call here with Jack 6 of clubs. 4 hands to the flop here.
Logan bets 20.
Gonna get a Jack 6-3 on the flop, and Big Bad Wolf flopping 2 pair while Young and Reckless has his 6. He just doesn't realize he's so far behind. Big Bad Wolf raising to 150 off of Young and Reckless's, Greg's bet of $15, I guess. Or 20, excuse me. Greg thinking here with the open ender, trying to decide what he wants to do. He knows that if you don't hit the straight, but he hits a spade, he's going to be stuck. So he's going to fold. Young and Reckless here with the pair of 6s trying to decide what he should do. Middle pair trying to decide whether he's being bluffed at or not.
What if I pocket that?
Then you win, sir.
Well, you probably still win, but now you got to think it out. Pocket jacks, you ain't got to think it out.
There's Barry with the table talk, trying to deduce himself a call here. He just might do it. Romero been getting pretty crazy with his chips here, so there's no telling what he might be willing to do. He did raise, but he is going to go away, and he's going to give Barry that pot. Smart move there, Reckless. Smart move.
You could have beat him to it.
I can't tell what Barry showed there, but I think he might have showed him the 6.
I don't know what you're kicking.
I have a jack.
Oh, you didn't have a jack? Oh, you just wanted to call the...
Straight draw, like 2-4.
All right, now Greg's going to be under the gun here once we get going. But don't be surprised if you get a straddle from Barry over there.
We have Carter in the tape.
Don't know that we did, but we'll see. All right, we got Carter peeking in on the table here. Trying to find him a chair, I would imagine.
Ram raises
Don't.
15. Greg is
Carter probably don't need a chair. He usually don't stay very long. Just kidding, Carter. He's in here in the booth with me now. So
Andy calls.
Young and Reckless with the ace-10 here offsuit. Andy Watkins with pocket 2s. And Big Bad Wolf with the ace-9 going to raise it up here. He's going to 3-bet it up to, looks like,
75.
I don't know, 75.
75 from Barry. Logan folds. D folds. Ram calls.
3 bets it to $75 here. Andy Watkins going to have his opportunity, but Young and Reckless with the ace-10 going to make the call for 60. Andy Agar debating here, but he's pulling out chips like he's ready to call. It's a mystery hand to us. We don't know what he's got yet. And Andy Watkins going to go ahead and make this call here. So Andy trying to be sneaky with pocket 2s and hoping that a 2 hits the board here.
Forward to the flop.
4 ways to the flop, and here we go. We're going to have a king 10-8 here. You have Young and Reckless as a middle pair here, but we don't know. We don't know what Andy Agar has. He could very well have a king underneath it. Well, he does not. He open folds. No. Young and Reckless bets 200. He just hadn't had his chips out yet. Be a $200 bet there, and he's going to get folded 2 all the way around.
Thanks, sir.
D's still up about $2,600. Greg now up $482, so he's had a pretty good little comeback there. Reckless here looks down at pocket jacks under the gun here. Andy Agar with a 9-10 offsuit. See what he raises up to. Reckless here raising up to $45. Andy snap calling him while Carter, I don't know what Carter's name is on here, but he goes away quickly enough that I don't get to see it.
It's Young Ace.
Young Ace. All right, Big Bad Wolf looking down at pocket fives. Oh, he's let's see if he makes the call or if he decides to 3-bet here. And he is going to 3-bet this here. Greg looking down at a couple of cards that we don't know, and he folds. Young and Reckless going to make that call to 105 here, it looks like. I mean to 150. He's going to have to call 105 more. And Andy going to make the call here as well. Andy Watkins looking down at a 9-7 suited and looking at 3 other players already in for 150. So he's getting 3-1 on his money to make a call here with these cards, and he is going to make that call. Hard to blame him, but one of his outs are gone. I think if you're Andy, you're looking for the straight or the flush. You don't really care about pairing up here. All right. And the flop comes down here. Action's going to be on Young and Reckless first after we get to see what the board is. I see percentages here. And we're going to get a bet, it looks like, from Young and Reckless as well. Well, we're going to get a 7-5-8. So Big Bad Wolf picking up the set of fives. Picking up the set of fives here while Andy picks up the straight draw, Andy Agar, and Andy Watkins picking up the pair of sevens. Can't imagine he'll hang around for this hand. But Andy moves all in with a $654 pot here. Wow. Young and Reckless already made the call to 200. Big Bad Wolf making the call. And Young and Reckless looking like he's probably going to make this call as well. I can't imagine. I don't see how he gets away from it. Knowing that he had bet that pre-flop. He raised those jacks. You know, he did get re-raised by Big Bad Wolf. So, you know, he's... Wow, this is a big decision here, and he's actually making this call, and I can't see how he makes this call. I'm a little bit surprised. With the 3-bet from Barry to 150, I don't know that I don't get away from that. But they do make the call, so we're 3 ways here. You got straight draw, set of fives, and pocket jacks here. And let's not forget there are 2 hearts on the board already, so runner hearts is going to give Reckless the win as well. All right. The turn is a king of clubs. No help for anyone here. So Big Bad Wolf way ahead here. Reckless dead to a jack now, while Andy gotta have himself. Actually, Reckless is pretty much dead. He is dead. Jack's gonna give Andy the straight, and you're gonna get an all-in here from Barry. And now Reckless is in a position where he really has to call, probably hoping that he wins the side pot. And he doesn't realize that's who he's behind. Wow. Reckless been playing, has really built up a huge stack all night long, and he is about to dump 3/4 of that stack right here. Oh, he has no chance to win this hand. And it's going to be a jack on the river. How miserable is that? But he does win the side pot. He's going to win. No. Yeah, he's going to win the side pot here. Wow, I'm thrown for a loop here. He hits the jack on the river. He's going to take the side pot from Barry, and Andy's going to pick up the straight on the river to win the main pot. The main pot here for $3,400. Andy's going to pick it all up here. Wow. What an insane hand. Wow. Reckless has no chance to win the main pot. He gets it all in, hoping that he's going to pick up the side pot at least, and he's so far behind. And he picks up the only card that helps him and hurts him at the same time. Wow, that is brutal. What What a terrible river for Big Bad Wolf there. Now that's one of those where he gets his money in good and loses. What a tough beat there. Wow. What a way to get us down here close to the end of the night. Got about 12 more minutes to go in the live stream here. What a crazy way to go. Looks like we're about four-handed now at this point. I think we lost Barry. Five-handed at this point, I think. That's a tough one to swallow if you're in. Yeah, it looks like D left the table as well. Looked like he decided it was time to rack up the chips and head home with a win. Young Ace with a Jack 8 offsuit here makes the call of $5. Rainbolt and an Ace 8 offsuit as well. Reckless has the Queen here, but Greg with the Queen Jack raises up to $20 here. He's going to get called around the table, and we're going to go four ways to a flop here. Of course, Greg leading the way at 35% here. Rainbolt not far behind at 29%. So far, we're going to get a check and a check. Going to get a deuce 6-5, two hearts on the flop here. So Andy picking up the wheel draw, or the 6-high draw, I guess. But he's going to make the check, and Young Ace is going to make the check here as well. Rainbolt putting in a bet here with the really nothing, and he's going to get a call here from Andy and a call from Greg. No, he got a fold from Greg, excuse me. The turn going to be a 4 here. It's not going to give Andy the straight, but it does give him a pair to go with as well. But Rainbolt keeping the pressure on, representing that he picked up his straight. He says, I had an Ace 3 here. What do you have? And Andy says, I have a call because I don't believe you. And it's a 4 on the river here. Given Andy, this is the second time tonight that Andy's picked up trip 4s on the river to beat the 1 seat. So, of course, he hasn't beat him yet if Rainbolt decides to make a crazy bet. No, Andy made the bet and Rainbolt folded. Excuse me. Did not see the chips come out.
I had 2 overs, you know.
So Andy now with 2,700 in chips in front of him after the big pot that he won with the 3-way all in. Don't know that I've ever seen Andy root for anyone to improve their hand while he's in it, but that's what he was doing. He was definitely rooting for Reckless to improve his hand with that jack. Young Ace now looking down under the gun with a 9-7 offsuit. Rainbolt with a 9-3 offsuit. Both of those not very good hands. The chat lit back up here with that gross hand. That was pretty nasty, guys. Very nasty hand. Andy now picking up 2 pair here with a 7-6-4. Got 6s and 4s in his hand. Young Ace, though, with a pair of 7s. He's got top pair. Young and Reckless, though, picking up the open-ended straight draw. Although that open-ender is not just a great hand there. He does have the 5, so, I mean, he'd probably be fairly confident in it. It was a raise to 60 by Andy. And Reckless going to go away, though. He's going to show down the 2 pair. Mr. Carter sitting over here, knowing he made a good fold.
So I figured you had a pair. I thought you were like, man, are you sleeping on aces or kings again? Against his
And we're going to moving on down the road here. We get about 7 more minutes here on the live stream, and we'll be done for the night for this 2-5 game that really was a good game all night long. A lot more action than we're used to in the 2-5 game. And if you're just now popping in to take a look, we're down to 5-handed down 5-handed now. But we were at 8 or 9 most of the night. Rainbolt looking down at an ace-8 offsuit here. Young Ace with a King-8 offsuit. I mean, King-8 suited, excuse me. And then Young and Reckless with an Ace-5 offsuit.
3 ways to the flop.
Calls all the way around the board, so we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. And the 4-4-6 on the flop. I've seen just about enough of the 6-4 hitting on the flop there. But you get a check around the board here, and the turn's going to be a face card. Not sure what that face card is yet, but looks like a queen. And it is a queen. Queen of diamonds now, putting 3 diamonds on the board. And the 4th card's a diamond, so now you got a flush on the board. Rainbolt has an 8-high flush, while Young and Reckless has the ace-high. Rainbolt leading out for 15. You're going to get a raise here from Young and Reckless. Cannot imagine you don't. The $50, the $35 raise. Oh no, he does just raise it up to 30. Gets the call, and he knows if he raises very much, he doesn't get any out of there. So $15 raise, $15 value.
I can't really fold a flush. Like I should have.
Not that much.
Yeah.
Young and Reckless though has lost a lot of chips. That one hand really hurt him. He did pick up the side pot, but he lost quite a few chips on that hand.
See you later, Andy.
Ramiro, we enjoyed it. Ramiro here popping into the chat in the last few minutes here of the live stream. As you know, of course, we're on a delay here, so the game itself has already ended, but we really appreciate you coming in. Glad you had a good time. Young Ace with pocket kings here, all in for $51. Rainbolt with pocket 9 is going to make the call. And Andy with an 8 deuce here, going to Hollywood for a while. Get out of there. You know you're not calling. All right, we're heads up. No more action. And we're going to see a deuce 4-9 on the flop, giving Rainbolt trips. And now he has the boat, and Carter, Young Ace here, going to be frustrated now, thinking he had the win. He had to feel pretty good about that till he saw those 9s. So Carter now out of the running here. I don't know if he's going to buy more chips or not. Looks like he is. He's going to make a short buy here. Says, well, let's see if I can just double up and get my money back. Frustrating, though. Frustrating to see your hand go away like that. And you feel like you're good because the flop is just so great for that hand. I mean, it's always what you want to see on a flop. You want to see undercards hit the board. But total frustration there and completely understandable. Reckless going to look down at a King-8 offsuit here. Still doing pretty good in chips, though. Andy Agar looking down at a 9-7 offsuit. Young Ace making the call with a 2-3 of hearts. Don't short buy on tilt, Young Ace. Oh, he didn't make the call. I don't know what I'm seeing here. All right, Ace 9-3, 9-7 with Andy. He's going to pick up the pair here. Middle pair for Andy, but he doesn't, and he probably doesn't know that he's ahead, but he's going to pretend he is. Rainbolt here going to take a look at his cards and decide if he believes there's an ace in Andy's hand. And it doesn't look like he does believe Andy. He thinks he puts him on a smaller pair or maybe even just a high card. The 8 now on the turn here. No help for either player, really. Check to the river and a jack of hearts. Rainbolt now picking up the winning hand. But Andy's going to make the bet for $60. And at this point, Rainbolt, if you make the call earlier, how do you make the fold here? He does pick up there is the flush draw on the board if he believes that, but if you believe he had the flush draw, then why do you make the call on the flop anyway? Because you know you're fading hearts if you think that. I just don't see how you. There you go. Looks like he's going to pull out some chips to make a call. He can't decide, though. Think long, think wrong. And he does make the fold here. He folds the winning hand to Andy. I just don't understand. On the flop, you know there's 2 hearts already on the board. If you're making that, you're kind of betting on the idea that he doesn't have the flush in my mind. But I could totally... That's me. And that is hindsight. But I mean, being able to see everything that I see, I'm just saying, in my mind, if I'm in his position, that's what I think. If I make that call there, it's because I don't believe he's really got the flush draw. Otherwise, why do you call having to fade 2 hearts?
I think this is the last hand, by the way, Charlie.
We are on the last hand, Carter says, he believes. Young ace with the jack-8 of hearts here. Andy looking down with the ace-9 offsuit. Rainbolt with a 10-9 offsuit. Looks like they're all going to get their money in here. Make the call for 5, and we're going 5 ways to the flop with an ace-jack-9. So Andy picking up 2 pair here on the last hand of the night. Young ace with the pair of jacks in the back door, and Rainbolt with the pair of 9s and a back door. 2 diamonds on the flop. Young and Reckless going to get out of the way as Andy bets $15, but Young Ace making the call, and so does Rainbolt.
Once my boat's higher than your boat, I'm happy.
3 of spades on the turn has no help for anyone. Andy's still ahead, way ahead with his ace-9. Rainbolt here with no chance to win, and Young Ace with a very slim chance here. 5% chance, really, I believe that's, well, and there it is. So Young Ace is going to be losing the hand here to Andy, unless he can somehow bluff him off, and we know that's impossible. It's almost impossible to bluff Andy off on anything. And, yep, Carter did punt off the last 20 in chips, so. All right, guys.
Try and get a double up to at least break even, but.
We want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight, everybody that came in to watch. If you're still here, great. We'll see you guys next time. Again, check the Facebook page tomorrow. We will have the live stream for the week out by in the morning. Otherwise, we'll see you guys this week. Have a good night.